From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome in to the award-winning BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. The award being Best Sports Talk Show Ever, as voted on only by my mom. My name is Austin Huff, and filling in for my guy Alex Gold, who is coming back from Pittsburgh at the draft this week, is his fellow KC colleague, Mr. Carrington Harrison. Carrington, how are you, man?
I'm doing fantastic. This is a real upgrade for your show. If your show was winning awards when Alex was here, we're going to the moon today.
Yeah, so I hope my mom is listening for sure. We're locking in for 5 hours of at least mildly entertaining sports talk radio. You always want to set the bar pretty low. You can interact with the show by calling or texting 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910, text or call. Or you can hit us up on socials. Carrington is at c.harrison on Twitter. I am at Austin Huff on Twitter. Hit us up. Let us know what you're thinking. Got a lot of fun guests joining us today. Andrew Perloff coming up next hour. Luke Easterling in the 1 o'clock Eastern hour. And Christian Winfield will be talking some Knicks with us at 2 o'clock Eastern. But I think we got to start with the UFL, because that is the big story this week. No, week 5 of the UFL. Sorry, no, never mind. We're going NFL draft off the top. And really, this NFL draft was kind of going as scripted until it wasn't, right? And it was just kind of went off the books. Fernando Mendoza, everyone's favorite TED talker, goes number 1 overall to the Oakland Raiders, as we all predicted. Then Bailey goes number 2. It's like, okay, all right, this is, we expected an edge rusher to go in those 2 and 3 spots, except in that 3 spot with the Arizona Cardinals, Jeremiah Love gets taken off the board at number 3, and kind of, I really feel like was the first domino to change up this entire draft. Were you shocked by that, Carrington?
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit. I would disagree with you in that the first domino to me was the decision that the Jets had. We all know who the number 1 overall pick was going to be, but there was a real debate between Arvell Reese and David Bailey. You felt like the pendulum had kind of gone in either direction for the last 4 months. Bailey's going to go number 2, the book said, and then Reese was going to go number 2, the book said. And then when Bailey went number 2, it felt like it just kind of set up the tone for the top 10. Oh, everything we thought we knew, we actually don't know. Then you see Jeremiah Love go off the board. I didn't think the Carnell Tate was going to go that high on the board. And then the expectation, I thought, immediately when I saw the trade, I thought Kansas City was moving up to get Arvell Reese. No, Reese goes number 5, and then the Chiefs move up to go get the corner, Mansour Delane. So, I mean, there was a stretch there of about 30, 45 minutes in the draft where every mock that we have been looking at for the last 4 months, we could rip it up pretty early.
Yeah, right. And, Brent Veach was, it was funny going into the NFL draft last week. He was talking about how, hey, watch out, there could be a lot of trades this year. And sure enough, the very first trade on the board is his very own Kansas City Chiefs. Do you feel like, because I've seen the argument go both ways with the Mansour Delane pick out of LSU to the Kansas City Chiefs. I've seen it, people saying, why would the Chiefs go up and draft a position that they have churned out? Like the Kansas City has basically been a cornerback factory. They've taken second and third round pick guys and made them star athletes at the cornerback position. Spags is he just pumps them out like he's a mint pumping out money. Here it is, that they trade up to get him. I can see the argument from that side, but at the same time, it's like, no, if you've got your guy, like you just saw 3 of your best cornerbacks walk out the door in this offseason alone, like you kind of need help at the position. Where do you come out? Coming from Kansas City, do you think that what the Chiefs did at 6 was the right move?
I mean, I think the tone really in the top 10 of the draft was go get the best player at this position. We spent a lot of time kind of discussing how great we thought this year's draft was. Some people were higher on it than others. I think we learned through the process that the board was just everywhere for everybody. But look at the way the board fell. Mendoza, best quarterback, off the board. David Bailey, I thought he was the best defensive player, off the board. a lot of people thought Jeremiah Love was the best player in this year's draft, regardless of position. I'm sure over the course of today's show, we'll discuss, would you use a draft pick that high to go get a running back? Carnell Tate, the number one wide receiver. Arvell Reese, the second best defensive player. Mansour Delane, the best corner in this year's draft class. Sonny Styles, the best linebacker. I think what we saw in this year's draft was GMs were not overthinking it in the top 10. Go get the absolute best player available. I think you can really say, maybe you want to argue Caleb Downs' safety positional value moved him down a little bit, but I think you can say basically in the top 10, whoever you thought was the best player left on the board, that player went in that slot.
Do you think the Titans going with Carnell Tate at number 4, which kind of surprised a lot of people to see any wide receiver go that high, do you think them making that move was what made the Chiefs move up? Because I think a lot of people projected that the Chiefs, if Tate was still available at 9, that they were going to grab him there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think the Chiefs really wanted Carnell Tate. I think they were open to it when he went off the board. But looking at it through the Tennessee perspective, I really liked the move. Now, I thought through this whole process they were going to go get Jeremiah Love. He obviously wasn't on the board. He went number 3 overall. But if you spend the number 1 overall pick on a quarterback, now your responsibility for the next couple of years is just put him around as many weapons as realistically possible. So you go get Carnell Tate. Let's see the other moves that they make. But I like the foundation that Tennessee is starting to really set up. I like the move to go get Carnell Tate. I always had my questions about Jordan Tyson, who went number 8 overall just because of the injury history. Mekhi Lemon, You want to talk about winners and losers in this year's draft class. I love what the Eagles done. There's a reason why we have the respect that we have for Howie Roseman when you look at the way that they did this draft. But the Carnell Tate move to me at number 4, I think was the right move for Tennessee, and answering it from the Kansas City perspective, it certainly makes sense to me why he would be super high on their board. All right, we can't go get our number 1 receiver. Let's go grab our number 1 corner.
Yeah, with the Howie Roseman thing, it's like the Jesse from Breaking Bad meme of like, how do they keep getting away with this? But Howie Roseman somehow, I mean, he coaxed the Cowboys to trade him with him to basically get the AJ Brown replacement.
It's crazy because, we've seen this over time. There's a reason why the Clippers have been the Clippers, over the course of our lifetime.
Yeah, right.
I'm not shocked why the Clippers haven't won a championship. But when you look at some guys, whenever the Ravens draft somebody like, oh, that's going to work. They got a tough, hard-nosed linebacker out of the SEC. Like, man, that guy's going to be good. We all know that guy's going to be good. So when you see
if that same guy goes to the Jets, you're like, I don't know about that.
Oh, he's going to be terrible. 100%. He's going to be terrible. He's going to be So, when I see the Eagles draft, I'm like, man, how do they keep doing this? I thought Mekhi Lemon was going to go to the Rams, but the Rams go get Ty Simpson. Now it's like, man, he going to replace AJ Brown in a couple of months. Man, that guy. I actually like Mekhi Lemon here. We're on BetMGM on game day. I actually like Mekhi Lemon for a sprinkle on Offensive Rookie of the Year. I could just see him putting up a really good season. There's only one quarterback. We know the tie usually goes to the quarterback. But if Mendoza doesn't have a big year, then it's going to be a defensive player. It's going to be a skill position player. Would I be stunned to see Mekhi Lemon have 950 yards and 8 touchdowns this year and be in the conversation? I think he got drafted to the absolute right spot. I will say, and this is inside draft, but around the draft, man, there are no more excuses for Jalen Hurts. And he has won a Super Bowl, but there's been a lot of talk about Jalen Hurts over the last couple of weeks with the big ESPN article and the back and forth. I mean, you go get Eli Stowers. You're about to go make a trade for A.J. Brown. You already got his replacement. You got Devontae Smith. You got the offensive line. For a really important season for Jalen Hurts on a personal level, they kind of upped the intensity with the way that they drafted.
No, you made a great point because going into the draft, I was building my defense. I was putting my walls up around the Jalen Hurts camp and basically saying, look, if the Eagles are going to let AJ Brown walk out the door, Jalen Hurts needs, he needs time. He has that built-in excuse. But you're right with the Mekhi Lemon draft pick. Now it's okay, you've gotten younger, a little bit faster at that position. you really don't have any excuses. Like all of those walls that I've been building up preparing for the 2026 season, I have to tear down because there really isn't any doubt for. And plus, it's Philadelphia. I mean, like, not that excuses go very far in that town anyway. But like Jalen Hurts is really, Howie Roseman's set him up for success. You can't have another year like Jalen Hurts had last year this upcoming season.
Yeah, and they just really prepared themselves for the future. Like, you go get Mekhi Lemon. I like Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt. He was the clear second best tight end in this draft class. I actually like him more than I like Kenyon Sadiq. I just think he was a more impactful, dynamic player. He doesn't maybe have the physical traits like Kenyon Sadiq, just test off the waters. But I asked this question during the entire draft process. If you want me to buy into Kenyon Sadiq, all right, fine. You got to explain to me how in 3 years he had less than 900 yards at Oregon. Like, if he was this monster, freak, athletic, dynamic player, he never had a 100-yard day in college. He had less than 900 yards in his entire career, and this is the guy that was going to go top 15. It never really made any sense to me. So I like Eli Stowers. But you're right. Like, they have positioned themselves very well for the future. You got an under 30-year-old quarterback. You got two, I'd say, dynamic receivers. You always had them, but now you get a little bit younger, a little bit cheaper at wide receiver. Now with going to pick up Mekhi Lemon, you think you got your tight end for the future. We know defensively you got Quinion Mitchell, you got Cooper DeJean on the other side. Like, this is an Eagles roster that has reloaded pretty well and should continue to be in that Super Bowl conversation.
And speaking of building for the future, another team that jumped into, or at least started to plan for the future, the Los Angeles Rams, going with Ty Simpson at 13. I think higher than any of us expected Ty Simpson to go. And especially with the Rams, now look, I'm not as critical of the Rams for this decision as a lot of people have been, because I think the Rams right now, even without that first round draft, they're good enough to win a Super Bowl next year. They're fine. Like, I don't think that they necessarily need it. Now, once, if anything happens to Matthew Stafford, or after Matthew Stafford leaves, probably after next year, they're set up, because all you got to do is plug and play. Ty Simpson, who is a pretty good quarterback, and if you get to sit for a year under Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay, he's only going to get better in my mind. So why not just to have him take the baton when Matthew Stafford leaves? I actually liked the pick by the Rams, even though Sean McVay very visibly hated it.
Yeah, that's the thing to me. I'm with you. I like Ty Simpson. I thought he was the second best quarterback in college football last year. I think Alabama only made the playoffs because of Ty Simpson. They couldn't run the football last year. Their superstar wide receiver took a noticeable step back. So I'm a Ty Simpson believer when it comes to his NFL prospect. But no, you're 100%. The Rams are in this like very weird kind of hybrid mode, because the trade that they made to go get Trent McDuffie is a clear, we are going for it this year. Like, when you trade that assets and then you trade and you spend that contract, you think you got a chance to win the Super Bowl. Obviously you did. They were the second best team in the NFL last year. But then you draft somebody with the 13th overall pick that isn't going to help you in 2026, like you are drafting for the future. That's what I thought upset Sean McVay the most. Maybe he likes Ty Simpson as a prospect, but we're trying to win the Super Bowl now. We're trying to win the Super Bowl with the core that we have. Right. Why are we investing in the future when you could always go get a quarterback? Look at next year's draft class. There's 9 different quarterbacks that we could possibly get. I did understand his frustration.
Yeah, sure. I get the frustration too. But like, I also went into this draft thinking Ty Simpson is not necessarily ready for the NFL, because, he's only had 10 starts, I think, I believe at Alabama, which we've all known, like, it's been proven over time and time again that the more starts you have in college, the more successful you are in the pros. And for Ty Simpson to come out after, last year and with that fewest starts under his belt, I think the best possible scenario is for him to come in and sit, much like it's looking like Fernando Mendoza is going to do in Vegas, sitting under Kirk Cousins. Like, I think gone are the days of quarterbacks just sitting and, letting them cook in the oven a little bit longer. We've been taking them out and, they're doughy inside. You don't want that for a quarterback. Like, I think we need to reverse the trend. We need to go back to putting our rookie quarterbacks and throwing them out to the wolves every single year, and then they're not able to develop in a proper way. You saw it firsthand with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, obviously he got to sit behind Alex Smith. I think that helped him. I think Patrick Mahomes would have been great under Andy Reid regardless, but I think that definitely helped him, much like it helped Aaron Rodgers sitting under Favre, much like it helped Jordan Love sitting under Aaron Rodgers. The list goes on. Brady under Bledsoe. Like, I believe Breeze sat as well, too, like Phillip Rivers. It's just like the list goes on and on of the guys that have been good. Literally, the quarterbacks that have been good, it's because they sat. Do you believe in that philosophy, or are you kind of more, hey, you get the guy, let's see what he's got right out the get-go?
This is going to be my first ABS challenge for the show. I got to challenge this take. This is why.
All right, here we go.
We all know how this goes. What you were saying sounds amazing. It really does, right? You got this quarterback. You don't have any pressure on him. You let him cook. That's going to be the case for Ty Simpson. There's really not going to be a scenario in week 6 where we're thinking, hey, you know what you should do? You should sit Matthew Stafford down. You know what I do know is in week 6, you and I both will come on our respective shows and be like, hey, man, it's time to go to the number 1 overall pick. You know what I've seen? I've seen Kirk Cousins play football. You know what I do know? Kirk Cousins will not be the starting quarterback for all 18 weeks of an NFL season. No, he will not be
you're
there.
Right.
We know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
The Raiders are going to get off to a 2-4 start. Their offense is going to look bad, and they're going to try to give the offense a jolt. Like, we all know what this is going to happen. So maybe Kirk Cousins starts the season for them. It's certainly possible. But we saw this remember Cleveland did this. They had Tyrod Taylor and Baker Mayfield. Week 3, we got to get him out of here. We got to go to the young guy.
Yeah.
We saw this in Cleveland just last year with Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Teams always go into it with this mindset of we're going to sit and develop the young guy. They go 1-1 to start the season, and then the sports talk calls start coming in, and now they're ready to make a different move. So that's why I got to throw my first challenge. I got to ABS challenge.
All right.
It sounds good in principle. We know this is not how it's going to play itself out. Before Halloween, Fernando Mendoza will start for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Okay, let's go up to the video board. Yep. After review, it is determined that was a ball outside.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Carrington, there you go.
I feel good about that. I feel good.
He is Carrington Harrison, C. Harrison on Twitter. I am Austin Huff, at Austin Huff on Twitter. Coming up next, Old Men Everywhere. Grab your Bengay and knee braces, because coming next, we're talking LeBron James and how he is dunking all over Father Time in these NBA playoffs. That's next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
In the words of that kid from Vine, LeBron James. I want to credit that sound to Prime. That's LeBron James going off last night. Before we get into it, I want to remind you this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get your quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Carrington, LeBron James, man.
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna
absolutely.
say.
Before we talk about LeBron James, an ageless wonder, I want to tell you a story and I want to ask your opinion. I want to get your opinion on something. So last week, I had the opportunity to go to WrestleMania. I went with one of my cousins and I went with a good friend of mine. Not really a wrestling fan, but my cousin is a big Raiders fan, big WWE fan, and it's Vegas. Of course, you don't really got to twist my arm that much to get me to sign up to want to go on this trip. So we're leaving WrestleMania. My cousin and my friend are feeling great about themselves. They're feeling good. Next thing we know, we see Trish Stratus. And let me tell you, Trish Stratus, she did look amazing. My cousin, giddy. It was $60 to meet her, or you had to go buy some merch from her little merch store. So my friend and cousin go in there. They buy a T-shirt. They meet her. They take a picture with her. And as we are walking off, my cousin says, you know what? That's my Topanga. And it just dawned on me. I was like, if I saw Topanga just standing somewhere and all I had to do was just pay a small amount of money to take a picture with her, I would also be giddy. I would also be excited about it. And when he said that, it made all the sense in the world to me. So while we're talking about ageless wonders, and LeBron James, who is 40-something years old and still playing basketball like a 19-year-old, Austin, I want to ask you, who is your Topanga? Who is the person that you could see standing in a casino, that you could see standing in the mall, that if you find out they're taking pictures, you say, I don't care how much it costs. I want to go up. I want to talk to this person. I want to take a picture with them.
This is a great question. And I'll say this, as kind of had her ups and downs, just with, keeping the, like the ageless wonder with her. But I think right now she's having it up, at least last that I saw of her. Very low profile, but a 90s sensation. One woman, three names, Jennifer Love Hewitt. If I saw her, my goodness. Oh, Can't Hardly Wait. Oh, I love that movie so much. If you're a high schooler or just love party movies, Can't Hardly Wait is the one you need to dust off the old DVD cover for, especially for Jennifer Love Hewitt. She is up there. When I was, and another one I'll throw out there, who I actually haven't seen from in forever, but she was in my MySpace top 8 friends. Like one of my actual friends got a bump for this celebrity, Miss Hayden Panettiere.
That's
something
a good
about
one.
her, man. I think
Hayden from
you
Heroes.
know, right? Yeah, right, exactly.
Hayden from Heroes. So I'll tell you the
girl knows ball from Remember the Titans too.
Absolutely, she does. I got to finish the rest of the story because you'll laugh at this story. So, because of the time difference, WrestleMania gets done at a pretty early time. So, they take the picture with Trish Stratus. I'm like, hey, you guys want to go out? Do you want to go do something? And Austin, my cousin, looks at me as serious as he's ever looked at me. He said, I just got a hug from Trish Stratus. We can go home now. I was like, okay, my bad. I didn't know. I still wanted to go out and do stuff. You're done with the
right.
trip.
You're like,
you saw WrestleMania. You saw Trish Stratus. You're just ready to go home and go to sleep and get on the plane in the morning. I couldn't argue.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, let's go home then. I don't know what to tell you. I felt like Kenny Smith. Let's go home. Let's go home.
Yeah, right. Right. Also, I'm pretty sure a Raiders fan and a WWE fan, that's pretty much synonymous, right? Like it's just, they're one and the same, pretty much. But
sure,
LeBron James last night, I felt like I was watching like his highlight tapes, right? Like I felt like I was watching old school LeBron, especially there, not only getting the steal with just seconds left, but then hitting the three-pointer with essentially two guys in his face, nailing a three-pointer with 13.1 seconds last night to tie the game, to send it to overtime, a game that the Lakers would eventually win. He is 41 years old. This is literally like your like when you were a teenager and you go in your driveway against your dad and you're just like, all right, I think I'm old enough. I'm going to take my old man, you know? And then for whatever reason, like you're like, I've been playing varsity ball. Like I can definitely take old man down. But somehow, some way, old man still finds a way to beat you, and you still can't beat your dad. That is what the NBA is trying to do to LeBron. When the Lakers needed him the most in this series, without Austin Reeves, without Luka Doncic, he is stepping up. If you would have told me a team had a 3-0 lead, you could have given me two guesses, and I still wouldn't have guessed that the team being led by the 41-year-old with 23 seasons under his belt would have this sort of lead. We were talking about them getting swept when Luka and Austin Reeves went out. And now here, the Lakers are on the verge of sweeping the Rockets. It's unreal.
Austin, what kind of phone do you have? Just out of curiosity.
I got an iPhone 17.
LeBron James has been a top 5 basketball player in the world since flip phones. Since flip phones. Think about that. Just wrap your mind around how much technology has changed over the course of the last 15, 20 years or so. LeBron James has been one of the greatest basketball players in the world since flip phones. He has been one of the greatest basketball players, honestly, since the first time you heard about him. I don't remember how old you were, but when somebody told you, hey, there's this high school kid you gotta see. And then when you saw him, you were like, hey, you might be right. And just think about this entire journey. So at this point, just nothing shocks me, nothing surprises me with LeBron. He's just been doing this for so long. He is one of the greatest athletes that we have ever seen. And it's even just so more impressive just because of the age thing that you're mentioning. I mean, the only comparison to this is Tom Brady. Tom Brady was winning Super Bowls and winning MVPs at 40. But you talk about playing basketball at a high level, winning a series because you are the best player on the floor, albeit because of injury right now in this series. But LeBron James at 41 years old is the best basketball player in a playoff series the same way that he was at 19 and 20 years old. You're not supposed to do that in basketball. This isn't bowling. This isn't golf where you could still be dominant at 41 years old. Right. We're talking about basketball.
If there was a senior NBA tour like the PGA has, LeBron would be on it right now, but they don't have it. And so he's still rocking out in the actual NBA. And I'll take your phone analogy even further. When LeBron James came into the league, Shaquille O'Neal was sitting courtside at NBA All-Star Weekend with a camcorder. Camcorders have died off and have since made a comeback in life. Like, that's the point. Like, this dude is not just playing for 23 seasons. That's 23 seasons of things going out of style and back in style again, just in the span of him playing in the NBA. And I know there's a lot of people probably listening in their cars or watching us on YouTube or on Twitch right now that are saying to themselves, oh, just mumbling under their breath, like one of the wet bandits after getting ransacked at Kevin McAllister's home, just cursing to themselves, seething, steam coming out their ears, that we are giving so much love and praise to LeBron James. And if you were one of those people, if you were one of those never LeBron NBA fans, let me ask you this. Can you please just drop it? Just drop it for this NBA playoffs run. We don't know how much longer it's going to go. It could be possible that they lose the next 4 games. It's not going to happen, but they could lose the next 4 games to the Rockets and be out in the first round. They could get bounced in the second round. We don't know how much longer of this LeBron run in the playoffs this year that we will have. And we don't even know if he'll return next year. He will. But I'm just saying, just drop your animosity towards LeBron James and enjoy greatness, because that is what we are watching. We are literally witnessing history. This is something that even the biggest LeBron haters way down the road, when their grandkids are crawling up onto their lap and they're like, Grandpa, did you ever watch LeBron James? They will be the first ones to tell you, be like, yeah, I witnessed history. So just enjoy history now while it is happening. Don't be a hater now and love him later. Love him now and just enjoy it. Just watch greatness, and you don't have to fill up every comment section with what about his rings, or what about his flopping? What about any of that? He is 41 years old. He's making game-tying steals and hitting game-tying shots with 13 seconds left to ultimately give his team a 3-0 lead without two of his biggest pieces on the side of the help. It's truly one of the most remarkable things I think I've seen in any sport.
Austin, you see how on the screen it says 29 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists? One of those assists was to his kid. LeBron James passed the ball to his son in an NBA playoff game, and his son scored. If you're hating on that, you just don't love sports. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You had way more to say about it than I had to say about it. He passed the ball to his kid in an NBA playoff game. You know what? Bronny James had 9 points yesterday. That's really what we should be talking about. A lot of people are hating on Bronny James. To score 9 points in an NBA playoff game, you got to be okay at basketball. I'm sorry. You got to be decent at basketball.
That takes the trying to beat your dad in the driveway analogy to a whole nother level, that they're literally playing together for the Lakers. And on the flip side of this, to the Rockets, man, it's like, first of all, you get the shocking news last Friday where Kevin Durant is he's out game one, or he wasn't even listed as probable. He was literally questionable right out the gate. And you're like, what's going on? Turns out he has a right knee contusion. Then he plays game two, and the Rockets, played better. But then in game three, he's out again with a sprained left ankle. Like, Kevin Durant just cannot stay on the court. And really, one of Kevin Durant's best genes is his clutch gene, right? And last night, the Rockets have a 101-95 lead with 27.4 seconds left. And the Lakers go on a 6-0 run exactly at the time when you would need Kevin Durant on your roster, on the court with you. He's out with an injury. And now they are on the brinks of elimination. And I think it might be too deep of a hole for the Rockets to dig themselves out of.
No, there's no might be. It's over. They're done. They're cooked. I'm here to tell you that right now. They're absolutely cooked. They might honestly, and I'm not even saying this to be funny, this Rockets team might be the worst team in the playoffs. Like, right now, would you pick this Suns team? Would you pick this Suns team to be any of the other teams in the playoffs right now?
The Suns?
That's a good one. I feel like that's a tightly contested 6 or 7 game series right now.
Yeah.
Suns Rockets is a tightly contested series. But Philly would beat them. The Magic would beat them in the series. Yeah, this Rockets team, they're the worst team in the playoffs.
Well, and this is probably, aside from the Suns and Thunder, this is the least competitive series, even though last night's game went into overtime. Really, this has been kind of a year where the lower seeded teams have shockingly surprised us. Like, obviously the Magic going in and stealing game one in Detroit to keep their winless streak alive of playoff games. And then, so that series is 1-1. The Timberwolves have been literally the Nuggets offensively. I don't know what happened to them. Jokic and Murray just can't make any shots whatsoever. So they're trailing 2-1 in that series. And then surprisingly, the Blazers have come out and really put the Spurs to the test. Now, I know, granted, for a game and a half of those 3 games, they were without Wemby, and I'm sure Wemby will probably return tomorrow. But the Blazers have been a real scrappy team, and I'm anxious to see what happens. The Spurs obviously took game 3 back in Portland, but the Blazers are like one of those teams, especially with or without Wemby. Like, if the Spurs can, I think they're being tested more than we thought, which puts doubts into my mind. Here I had the Spurs and Thunder basically just penciled in for the Western Conference Final. And if the Spurs are struggling right out here in the gate and Wemby's first trip into the playoffs, now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Spurs. This is their first series playoff win. They didn't get one last year. They didn't make the playoffs last year. So it was going to be a bumpy road. I think that we sort of have to reinvent the way we think about the NBA playoffs with the 1, 2, 3 seed. Look at the last 3 years. The Pacers make a deep run last year. A couple of years ago, Dallas was the team that made the run. Miami was the 8th seed and made a run all the way to the NBA Finals. There's just much more parity in the NBA than I think people are willing to acknowledge. Think about last year's NBA Finals. No one gave Indiana a chance to win that game. Indiana was in it
Yeah.
up until Tyrese Halliburton popped his Achilles and was done for the rest of the series. Just the gap between NBA playoff teams is not nearly as big as we remember it being. There's just more good players in the league than ever before. The talent is dispersed. Like, look at all of these teams. For the most part, every team has a superstar. We're laughing and joking about Phoenix. They got Devin Booker, who's won 2 gold medals and is going to be a Hall of Famer at someday. Like, there's just more talent dispersed throughout the NBA than ever before. So everybody's good enough to get you 1, maybe 2 games. The question is, can you win 4 games? And that's when you see the cream really start to separate.
Yeah, JJ Redick said it last night about the most desperate teams in the playoffs are the most deadly. We'll talk more about the NBA playoffs coming up later, but coming up next, we have got to add things to the list. Carrington, you're new to the list, man. You got to come up with something that just really grinds your gears, that frustrates you, whatever it is, sports, non-sports, just that bugs you. And if you want to add yours, you could do so. 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. We're going to add things to the list coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
That music means it is time for the list. If you're new to BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, then you got to know that the list is an ongoing list that we add to every single week of things that just grind our gears, that annoy us, that frustrate us. Things in the past that we've thrown onto the list. The phrase "giving 110%." Pretentious handyman. Oh, you can't fix that yourself? Give me a call sometime. March Madness expansion. Carter Jensen's phone alarm. Shout out to Kansas City. My guy Carrington is filling in for Alex Gold today. And the awkward off day, but after opening day. That's just a few of the items that we have added to the list over the weeks. And if you would like to add anything to the list, we'd love for you to get involved. 310-840-4910. I do want to let you know that when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Carrington Harrison in for our guy Alex Gold. His KC colleague is in. Carrington, do you have anything in the world that just really irritates you, that just really grinds your gears that you want to add to the list this week?
Okay, I have two things. Do you want my sports thing first or my non-sports things first? Because I came prepared for the list.
Okay, let's go non-sports into sports.
Okay. We're all fellas here, right? We're all men here. You've been in a relationship with a woman before. You've been in a relationship with a woman before. And you've asked her,
have, not to brag.
Hey, babe, what do you want to eat? And then she replies, I don't know. What do you want to eat? Your first suggestion, she will automatically turn it down. It doesn't matter what you say. You could be like, hey, you know what? We got Gordon Ramsay open up a new restaurant. I had steak yesterday. What does it matter? Gordon Ramsay's cooking steak for us right now. We can go to Emerald Lagasse's house. I don't care what you suggest. That first suggestion you make, it will automatically get vetoed you got to trick her. You got to say McDonald's, and then you got to give her the real suggestion. Oh, I'm just messing with you. Let's go get sushi. Oh, okay, let's go get, I'm telling you, though, I don't know what it is. Women have it programmed in their mind. They will automatically veto your first suggestion every single time.
Oh my gosh, Carrington, you came out the gates guns a-blazing. What a great addition to the list, because surprisingly, that has not been added to the list already. And I believe you are the first person on BetMGM Game Day's history, which dates back to January, to drop an Emerald Lagasse reference on the show. Bam! That's what I'm talking about, Carrington.
I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, well
Austin,
done.
I'll tell you a story. This was younger me when I didn't know how to properly communicate. So I was talking to a young lady, and we went through this entire process. I got to the point, Austin, where I was just suggesting, hey, give me style of food. Not maybe a specific restaurant. Do you want Mexican food? Do you want American food? Do you want Thai food? This went on for about 15 minutes. Eventually, I got so fed up, and I said, you know what? I don't care. Just starve. And that was the end of it. I don't care what you eat now at this point. I've asked you 10 times. You vetoed every single suggestion. I don't care if you eat me more. I'm going to go get what I want. If you can't find something on that menu, then you need to figure it out on your own. I would handle that situation much differently today. But this is back when I was younger. This is when I was 20. Sure. I'm almost 40 now. I've grown. I've matured. Yeah. The next thing I'm going to put on the list, and this is the serious sports thing. I hate when you're like, your team makes a pick in the NFL draft, like, oh, that's a reach. You could have got him here. What are you basing it on other than mock drafts? Like, we know mock drafts are guess or suggestions. Yes, but then when the actual draft gets here, we treat Daniel Jeremiah's draft like it was written on the pyramid walls. I mean, how dare you get this guy at 57? He was a third-round projection. The only draft that matters is the actual draft. That's the value.
Thank you. Yes,
people who hold these mock drafts like they are the 11th commandment, I'm putting that on the list.
Carrington Harrison, C. Harrison on Twitter right there. That is so beautifully said because, like, people trying to rip the Titans for taking Carnell Tate so high. Have you seen the Titans offense? They averaged 15 points per game last year. Yeah, of course they're going to go out and get an offensive weapon. The only reason you think that was a reach is because every mock draft had them getting either Jeremiah Love, who was already off the board, or one of the edge rushers one of which was already off the board when it came turn to their pick. It was not a reach. You're right. Thank you. We put too much stock into silly mock drafts.
Austin, here's the thing.
It's
Nobody
so dumb.
thinks about it from this perspective. You probably never thought about this before. Mock draft season is as long as the regular season. We've been looking at mock drafts for 4 months.
That's true.
We've been looking at mock drafts for 4 months. We've been looking at it since January for most people. Like, if your team was eliminated, if you were the Raiders, or if you were the Jets, you've been looking at mock drafts for 5. The regular season is 4 months. One third of your year is watching your team play. The other third of the year is looking at these hypothetical lists, and then a third is convincing yourself that your team's going to be better than what they actually are going to be. That's the NFL calendar.
You know, last week I threw mock draft guy onto the list, and it is one of my biggest gripes in all of sports. Is just people claiming that.
I like them though, but you have to take for what they are. No, you know what I never get mad at? Power rankings. Because in the National Football League, what does it matter your power ranking? I don't care how you have the 10 teams ranked. We have a fair playoff system that everybody agrees to. It's not like college football where the rankings really matter and determine anything. So your power rankings don't mean anything. Your mock draft also does not mean anything. Albert Breer, who is a phenomenal reporter, everybody knows who he is, NFL Network. He was on Dan Patrick 3 days ago. He was asked over-under quarterbacks first round. He said under 1.5. One went 13th overall. Again, these people are getting information from all of these different places. That doesn't mean that Breer's not a good reporter. He obviously is a phenomenal reporter, but what are we doing here? It's like we know these mock drafts are wrong, and then when they're actually wrong, we get mad that it's just so stupid. Those are my two things.
And it's smokescreen season. Basically, anything you get from teams during those few months is all lies. Like, you have to keep your head on a swivel. Carrington, do you have kids by chance?
I do.
Okay, so you may attest to this one. The thing I'm adding to the list is having kids as a sports fan. Because everyone will tell you that, you know, kids are the best thing that ever happened to me, while clenching their fist like the Arthur meme, right? You know, like they're just, they're beautiful, beautiful, sweet souls. Oh, but I want to kill them, you know, right? Like, that's every parent ever. And Sunday night, we are in Naples right now. I'm coming to you live from vacation, and it is literally we settle in. I'm putting the kids down. The end of Thunder Suns was coming to a close, and I really wanted to watch Wemby's first playoff game. I was so excited. I was jacked, and I set my kid down, and my daughter hits me with the, "Daddy, can you lay with me?" And which was like, "Yeah, sure, of course, sweetie, I'll lay with you for a little bit." Well, I fall asleep faster than Rip Van Winkle. I was out cold, missed the entire Wemby's first playoff game, all because I was putting my daughter down. So it is tough out here in the streets to have kids and be a sports fan. Hey, coming up next, let's get back into some NFL draft. Okay, we're going to hit you with the old sports talk radio trope of winners and losers. Will your team be one of them? Find out next.
over. The Hawks hold on. Atlanta takes a 2-1 lead in the series.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Hawks win a thriller 109-108 there to take a 2-1 lead. You know, we were talking earlier about the surprise teams in this NBA draft and how the lower seeds have really kind of been a surprise outside of the Suns and well, really the Rockets. All of the lower seeds have really put up a fight in this year's playoffs, and the Knicks, they're in trouble. It very much seeming like they are in it right now with what they've got. They currently trailing. They've got a game 4 today at 6 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. It's in Atlanta, and I mean with CJ McCollum and company, Atlanta is they're looking like a test. And I kind of went into this NBA playoffs, Carrington, talking about how the Knicks were, the third best team in the East, not just by, seeding, but I thought they had the third best chance of making a deep run in the playoffs. And here they are. The Hawks are saying, hey, not so fast, my friend. I mean, do you think that the Knicks are in trouble? I mean, I know they're only down 2-1, but with it back in Atlanta for game 4, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
The Knicks are absolutely in trouble. This is just sometimes I hate how we discuss the NBA because we spent more time in the second half arguing about tanking and teams that weren't trying to win as opposed to the teams that were positioning themselves for the second half. The Hawks went 20-5 after the All-Star break. They were one of the best teams in the league after the All-Star break. So the Knicks, who had command of this series in game 1, they had all the chances in the world to put the Hawks away in game 2 and let that game slip through their fingers. You now give Atlanta all the momentum going back to the crib for a game 3, and they took full advantage of it. This Hawks team is decent. I made the point earlier in the show. In the last 3 years, there's just been a surprise in round 1. The Pacers were a surprise. The Miami Heat, where they beat the Milwaukee Bucks with Jimmy Butler, that was a surprise. The Dallas Mavericks a couple years ago with Luka. This was, if you were going to find what's the surprise in round 1, I don't think it was that hard to see. It was, there's not a huge gap between the Knicks and the Hawks. I get it. One team has all the cachet, and we spent the last 3 years kind of building this Knicks team up. But there is not a big gap between how these teams are playing right now between the Knicks and the Hawks. I think this is going to be a 6 or 7 game, very tightly contested series because I think they're fairly even.
Yeah. From last year to this year, it's almost like two totally different Knicks teams. Whereas last year they were hungry, they were motivated. They almost just had a different feel when you would watch them on the court versus this year, kind of just lackluster and not necessarily having that same intensity and desire. And the NBA is better, in my opinion, when the Knicks are good. But that's the problem with the Knicks is it always comes around April, maybe May every year, and they just start to squander and fail. They're almost like just one of those, it's an inevitable thing, as the flowers bloom, the Knicks tend to wilt, and they're wilting right now. And it's just, look, I'm hoping for a competitive series. I would love to see this push to 7 games, but there's a strong chance that if, this continues for the Knicks, it may not.
I can actually do this since we're on video, so some people will see this, some people won't. Austin, if you're playing basketball and somebody's coming up the court, and he's telling you to clear out, that's letting everybody know he thinks that you're barbecue chicken. You know what we've seen a lot in this series? I've seen a lot of CJ McCollum saying, I don't need a screen. I got Jalen Brunson on me. I know I can get past him. The big problem with the Knicks has been very, very simple. How deep of a playoff run can you make if your 2 best players can't guard people? I love Jalen Brunson. He's fun to watch. He is barbecue chicken. You got Karl Anthony Towns on the block. It is obvious that the other bigs in the NBA don't really respect him and don't feel like he can guard them. And I think you're seeing in this series with Atlanta, hey, we know we can get up and down the court. We know we can score against this team. I think what looks different, Austin, is Tibbs gave the Knicks a measure of toughness that this team just doesn't have in comparison to those other teams. Like, this team doesn't just nearly as appear to, like, we want to rough and tumble and kind of get into that fight I thought that they looked over the last couple of years. Now, I still think the Knicks win this series. Again, I think it's going to be a 6 or 7 game. This is going to be it's coming down to the wire. But I always had serious questions about this team's ability to win a championship, which I thought that was the point of this whole thing and what the Knicks have been building to for these last couple of years.
Now, shifting gears here, there's a song that came out in 1974 by a Scottish pop rock band called Pilot. That song, as it goes, whoa, ho, ho, it's magic. Carrington, I think one of the biggest shocks of this opening round has been the magic coming from the play-in tournament and going toe-to-toe against the one-seeded Pistons in their own building. That's not the right
Magic song, though. Hold on, Austin. I got to stop you there. That's not the – have you heard the Magic? They actually have a song. I don't know if we can pull it up. I don't know all the copyrights here, but they have the Orlando Magic. Orlando Magic.
Yeah, right.
Orlando Magic. Oh, that's the one we need to be playing, not that 1974 Forrest Gump soundtrack song you were alluding to. We need to play the official Orlando Magic song.
You know,
Zach,
gone are the days.
Pull up the Orlando Magic song.
Yeah. Grant, back on the board. See if there's a way you can find that for us. But gone are the days when teams had theme songs. You know, like the LA Rams had it, Ram It, I believe, back in the day. I'm trying to think of others.
I don't know if that was PC enough for 2026. If you were having a song yelling that, that's crazy.
Yeah, just if the FCC is listening, just know I'm talking about an actual song. You can look it up on YouTube. I promise. But
I've never heard this song before. My parents didn't let me listen to that kind of music.
You can catch the music video on Cinemax late nights. The Magic has been. Look, I said last week, me and Alex, who Carrington is graciously filling in for this week, we talked about. I said that if the Magic get out, there it is.
You hear that?
Come on, that's the quick work of Grant Leader, our board operator, right there.
Let's go, Magic! Win this series. Win this series.
Much better than
you know who the Magic remind me of? Remember a couple of years ago when Sacramento had the light that beam?
Yes.
You know, we knew Sacramento wasn't going anywhere, but you know what? For like 18 months, Sacramento was fun. That's what this Orlando Magic team is. They got Paolo and Franz Wagner and Jalen Suggs. They're a fun team. They've been very scrappy, very competitive in this series.
That's what I said, you know, like, and it's like, I think it took them bringing back like an iteration of those 90s uniforms with the pinstripes back for them to kind of get some of that, for lack of a better term, magic back. And they come out like, I thought this team was going to be swept in the opening round by the Pistons. And look, it still very well could be a gentleman's sweep, but I said last week on this show that if the Magic come out and they win in this first round, I'm going all in Magic fandom. I'm buying a jersey. I'm gonna paint my face. I'm gonna be a Magic guy through and through. I'm gonna bring it back to Anthony Hardaway, to Shaquille O'Neal. I'm gonna bring it back to Nick Anderson. I'm gonna bring it back to the Orlando Magic days of great and try and recreate that this April. And it seemed like, at least in game one, the Pistons coming out and kind of feeling the pressure of that, what was it, like 12 straight games in the playoffs that they lost, feeling that pressure on them against a team that was in the play-in tournament that a lot of people didn't even expect to get out of the play-in tournament. They were faltering there at the back half of the season, and now here they are, and we are bumping their song on our show. And I think like I'm starting to believe, like, they have a big one today. Now, granted, they put them in that 1 p.m. dreadful, nobody wants to watch you time slot, 1 p.m. Eastern today on.
That's the NBA TV time slot.
It is.
Back when the NBA TV would have who used to always play on NBA TV? The Hawks. It would always be Celtics Hawks on NBA TV. That's what this series would be. This series would be on NBA TV, but now Amazon Prime is the new NBA TV.
Yeah, the Raptors were also a they were the house band of the 1 p.m. tip off. Yeah,
they loved it.
But
they loved it.
But this game isn't even on NBA TV. This is on NBC Sports Network. They're going NBC Sports Network for this one.
That's the same as NBA TV. That's the same. That's the exact same.
Yeah, right.
That's the same. No, there's not a single person here that watches NBA Sport or NBC Sports Network. The only way you would watch NBC Sports Network is if you cheer for a school in the MAC and they just happen to be on that channel. So you're just watching like Bowling Green football.
NBC Sports Network works part-time as True TV, but only for the month of March. That is it.
Yeah.
There's those channels.
Nobody watches this channel.
Right. They're so deep on the guide that you're just like, honestly, these could interchange every single week and I wouldn't even know it. I just, have to find it somewhere. That's where those voice remotes come in handy. Hey, just play me the Magic Pistons game, and it'll just take you to the channel where you need to go. But look
really quick though about talking about the Magic. To me, the goal of the NBA needs to be this. The goal of the NBA is, how do we get the Wizards to turn into the Magic? The Wizards have been in this place of tanking, it feels like, for 5 years. The Magic would still be tanking. They got the number 1 overall pick. They got a legitimate player to build around, and now the Magic are trying to win games. Now, they're not great, but the Magic are not openly trying to lose like so many teams were trying to do this year. I feel like the NBA is trying to completely eliminate tanking. It's impossible. It is impossible to make sure that all 30 teams are trying to win at the same time. How do we keep it where it's only 3 or 4 teams that are in this place instead of it felt like a third of the league was trying to give up this year? And how quickly can we give you the assets that you need to turn it around so you can be more viable? That's the point that I think we need to be at, where we've been playing this song and dance for the Washington. Like, Washington wouldn't be tanking if they had won the number 1 overall pick last year and got Cooper Flagg. They'd be trying to win basketball games because you got him. So this season, I am hopeful because of how great people think this rookie class is. Can we get all of these teams out of, we're trying to get better draft picks? No, you got Darius Acuff. No, you got Darren Peterson. No, you got AJ DeBansta. Try to go field a competitive basketball team.
Yeah, no, you're right. And it is funny because it's like, you've got leagues like the NFL, for example, is a league where you could be literally the worst possible team in the league. And the very next year you're making the playoffs or, you're making a push in the playoffs. You don't really get that in the NBA. Yeah, we're seeing these like basement dwellers kind of just staying in the basement in the NBA. And I do think the lottery is a part of that. They brought the lottery around to prevent people from tanking, to kind of, literally like saying like, hey, just because you have the worst record doesn't mean you're going to get the number 1 overall pick. But now it's almost like counterbalanced the whole reason they implemented the lottery in the first place. And now it's like you've got more teams saying, oh, well, hey, if we're in that top 4, we could, we're in that top 8, we could get a, potential for a number 1 pick. And it's really doing a detriment to the league. And look, all I'm hoping is that I'm hoping they can find some sort of resolution. We saw the monetary fines come down this year for the Pacers and what was it? I believe the Kings as well. I think that helps because I think money talks more than anything, but you've really got to, they've really got to get themselves out of this hole. And I will say this though, with all of the teams tanking, the parity in these playoffs has been better than I remember. It feels like in years past, you would have your 1s and 2 seeds being up 3-0 right now, whereas the Pistons are 1-1 heading back to Orlando today. We talked earlier about the Knicks being in trouble against the 6-seeded Hawks. The Celtics 76ers, a 2-7, literally just sitting at 2-1 right now. So it is like, I feel like there is like a more competitive balance, at least 3 games into the playoffs. But it is, I don't know. You do bring up a great point about just, I don't know, needed to resolve that when it doesn't feel like half the league has given up.
Yeah. I mean, I know we're up against it, but just the problem I think with the NBA is there is an incentive to lose. So just let's take the Utah Jazz, for example. I knew they weren't making the playoffs. They weren't making the playoffs. It's Christmas. You're 15 games out of a playoff spot. Is it in your best interest to do everything you can to try to make the postseason, or is it in your best interest to do everything you can to get the number 1 overall pick so you can find the one prospect to turn things around? Look at San Antonio. San Antonio, over a 3-year stretch, went from 17 wins, 34 wins to 62 wins and got a chance to win the NBA championship. They are only in this position because they won the NBA lottery. It's the only reason why the Spurs are in this point. They got the number 1 overall pick in the perfect year to get it with this once-in-a-lifetime freak athlete. They drafted him, and look at how quickly they've been able to turn things around. So my question is, back to the main point is, how can we get that for Washington? How can we get that from Utah? How can we get these teams that don't feel like they are trying to win? How can we get them the draft pick that they need to get to a point where they can be competitive? Ultimately, that's in the best interest and should be in the best spirit for the league.
No, it's a great point. It's a great point. And Carrington, if I had all the answers, with all due respect, I would not be here on a Saturday afternoon with you on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood Sports.
I mean, I'm looking outside. It's warm outside. It's like 71 degrees outside. It's spring. We got Royals and Angels coming up later today. I can't wait to go see the Royals score 2 runs tonight. I don't know how you couldn't be excited about it. And I'm sitting here stuck with you till 5 o'clock. I don't want to be here either.
We love it here on BetMGM Game Day. The games today, again, 8 p.m. Eastern in Minnesota. You've got Timberwolves Nuggets. The Timberwolves leading that series 2-1. At 3:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock in Phoenix, the Thunder host the Suns, trying to take a 3-0 lead in that series. And the 2 games we mentioned with Hawks and Knicks today at 6 p.m. NBC, Peacock. And don't forget, please do not forget about the Pistons taking on our Magic. Grant, if you can give me the music to take us to break, our Magic here on BetMGM Game Day 1-1 series. That is today at 1 p.m. on NBC Sports Network. Good luck trying to find that. Hopefully you do before the game ends. We'll get that. Grant, do we got the Orlando Magic bed that we could go to break with? There it is. Come on. Yeah.
You hear that?
Coming up.
Look at Grant bobbing his head too. He know that beat slap.
Coming up next, with the next pick in our guest draft, we here at BetMGM are selecting Andrew Perloff, previously of the Dan Patrick Show, currently writing for Athlon Sports. He's going to join us to talk about the draft, probably some Mike Vrabel, and probably clown on the Cowboys for trading their pick to his beloved Eagles. Next, here on Westwood One Sports.
The rookie Edgecombe on Tatum. Pritchard! Oh! He's a killer!
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That was mean. That was really mean, especially for our guest who joins us now on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Before we get to Mr. Andrew Perloff, who is rocking his khaki-colored Philadelphia Phillies hat with pride right now as they are going for their 11th straight loss today. I've got to tell you that this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Mr. Andrew Perloff, he does some writing for Athlon Sports. You can find him on Twitter at Andrew Perloff, joins us right now. Andrew, we were talking earlier about the best themes in sports, sports specific team anthems. We played the Orlando Magic one earlier. Do you remember? I mentioned the Ramit one from like the 80s with the Los Angeles Rams back in the day. Do you remember any good ones?
Well, does the Bulls intro count, like the Parsons Project thing? Is that allowed?
Yeah, well, I guess that is synonymous with the team, but I'm thinking like "Go Cubs Go" would be another good one for the Cubs. I only know the specifically about the team.
Yeah, I mean the Philadelphia 76ers one is the best one because it's from the 70s and it embodies everything 1970s. And it's got a lot of life. Casey Musgraves, you guys know the singer-songwriter, covered it lately.
Yeah.
And she's going to put it on her album, I think. I hope. I made that up. But, yeah, that's my favorite one is Philadelphia 76ers. I don't know if you found it, but I can sing it, but I know I make up the words as I go.
Well, whether we found it or not, let's hear you sing it.
Dr. J, everybody, clap your hands for Mo Cheeks. Andrew Toney, Mark Ivoroni, Bobby Jones, and Clem Johnson. I'm just naming the roster, but I don't think that's
yeah.
We you know what?
Grant,
YouTube
do we have
definitely has this, Andrew. YouTube has this.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
There it is. Oh yeah.
What's the name
There's
of the band?
no doubt a young.
Yeah.
I don't. Your guess is as good as mine, man. I would hope that you would know. I could just imagine a young Andrew Perloff sitting on his Philadelphia Phillies like bedspread with his feet kicked up in the air, listening to that on vinyl back in the day.
Oh my God! No, I don't think it was available back in the day. But you know what? Growing up in Philadelphia, the greatest thing is every year the Phillies had the Philly Fanatic's birthday. And the Fanatic would have all his best friends, which were other mascots, come over. That's the one ticket I had to get. That was my jam as a kid. A huge Philly Fanatic fan.
Perloff.
Andrew Perloff joins us.
Yeah, no, Andrew, let's start the conversation with the NFL draft. Let's start in Philadelphia. Let's start with the Eagles. How do the Eagles seem to do this every single year? Because on paper, this feels like a really, really strong draft for them.
Yeah. No, I mean, Howie Roseman's a genius. There's no other way around it. He is just killing it with the trades up and down. The Mekhi Lemon thing, just stealing it from the Steelers was even sweeter. It's their hometown draft. They thought they had the guy, and Howie swooped in. There were reports that he knew the Steelers were going to take him, so he jumped ahead. And then they get Eli Stowers, who I love at tight end, to replace Dallas Goedert. It's an unbelievable draft once again. Feels like, and I love Jonathan Grenard. feels like they're going to be on every other year they're going to make the Super Bowl. I know that sounds weird, but for some reason, that's their rhythm. And I think they're going to be back. I bet you the odds shoot up for the Eagles this year.
Could you say that it's an upgrade to go from A.J. Brown, who is obviously we know what he is. He's amazing. To go to a younger, arguably faster Mekhi Lemon?
Oh, no, I don't think that at all. I mean, A.J. Brown's awesome, but Jalen Hurts can't get him the ball. So they need a little slack guy who can go over the middle. I mean, A.J. Brown's great. Mekhi Lemon, the knock on him is he can't get off man coverage because he's small. So I think that's why he fell. People thought he was going to go 13 to the Rams, but he fell to 20. He's effective. I don't know. Devontae Smith, Mekhi Lemon, Wicks, they're definitely downgraded. But did you see the team last year? They never threw to the wide receivers. They barely used AJ. They just need to get the run game going, and they'll be okay.
Andrew, I feel for 3-4 years the answer to this question was Dak Prescott. Which quarterback in the league has the most pressure? It feels like it's very obviously Jalen Hurts this year, right?
Oh, yes, because of the negative reports that came out from the Inquirer saying that he's a locker room problem, that he's not jiving with the offensive coordinator. He's under a ton of pressure. In fact, we're in the 4th round right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles took a quarterback to put a little pressure on him. There's been Garrett Nussmeier rumors. Yeah, I think this could be, this could sound crazy. I think he could have 1 or 2 more years in Philly. It just doesn't seem people are behind him.
That seems pretty wild to say from a guy who has won, Super Bowl MVP that arguably could have outplayed Patrick Mahomes in 2 Super Bowls. Like, is it fair? Is the criticism fair?
Oh yeah. I mean, you saw the passing attack at the end of last year. It's either the play caller or the quarterback, but they just were not threatening. So he decided at a certain point he's not going to run, and once you take his legs out of the equation, it's a 2026 in the NFL. If your quarterback's not going to run, you're in trouble. I don't care if it's Jalen Hurts or who it is. So he got paid and decided to stop running. I talk to Eagles fans 24 hours a day, and that's how we all feel, that he just decided I want to protect my body, so he stayed healthy, but it takes a huge element out of his game.
Right now, we're talking to Andrew Perloff. He is a writer with Athlon Sports. It's interesting you mentioned Garrett Nussmeier because there's going to be so much conversation here over the next 12 months about next year's quarterback class. Garrett Nussmeier should be a reason why we just pump the brakes a little bit. If you had told me this time, hey, Garrett Nussmeier would have been a first-round pick, could maybe go number 1 overall, he's still sitting here on day 3. We should just calm down with some of these prospects for next year.
I refuse to accept your brake pumping. Let's go all in. Let's go the opposite and just overhype them until – it does look on paper pretty crazy. I thought Arch Manning played well at the end of last year. CJ Carr, if he comes out, is awesome. Dante Moore is legit. They're all better than Garrett Nussmeier. Garrett Nussmeier's not that big either. And then you get Lenore Sellers. I think it's the quantity of potential quarterbacks that's going to push up that class. 3 or 4 have to hit. It's going to be closer to that year that Caleb Williams went. The hype met it that year. So I think we're okay. I know what you're saying. You're absolutely right. We do always overhype next year's class, and we're doing it like crazy. But this year's class was not great. Everyone said it wasn't a great draft overall. Teams were reaching. Listen, Caleb Downs is a great college player, but he's an undersized safety, and he went in the top 10. Jeremiah Love went number 3. Running back, I think it's a weak draft. Arvell Reese, I don't think he'd be a top 5 pick in most drafts. So I think overall next year will be a little deeper at a lot of positions.
Well, at that quarterback position, one guy who I think went higher than a lot of us expected, especially to the team that he went to, is Ty Simpson. I've seen the argument both ways, and really from the GM and the head coach themselves within the Rams of, whether or not that was a good pick or not. But where do you come out? Do you like the Ty Simpson going under, like basically the future insurance under Matthew Stafford?
Yeah. I wrote a thing for Athlon on this. Name a time when a team has drafted a quarterback in the first round when everyone thought they didn't need one. They always say, oh, you have an aging veteran, you got to draft a receiver to max. It never works. The only way to have sustained 10-year success is to draft the quarterback early. So the Rams, at least process-wise, did the right thing. Because they weren't going to get a player at 13 who's going to put him over the hump for the Super Bowl, in my opinion. Now, I know a lot of people disagree with me. I mean, who are they going to get? Maybe they get Reuben Bain, the pass rusher. Maybe he gets on the field, but their depth chart's crazy. They already got, they got McDuffie to play cornerback. They want older players. They don't want rookies around. So I defend the Rams. Now, is Ty Simpson the guy? I'm not sure about that, but I like this reaching on a quarterback. Because next year they're going to be Stafford might be gone in 1-2 years. It worked with Green Bay. It worked with the Eagles taking Jalen Hurts. It worked. There are other instances. I'm not jumping in my head. It kind of worked with the Bills. Worked with the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. I think this is the way.
Andrew, I also think, just to kind of piggyback what you were saying, missing on a quarterback isn't as damning as it used to be now with the rookie contract. Sure, if you miss on Ty Simpson, no one wants to throw around for a first-way pick. But with how good the Rams are, and if they draft another quarterback next year and just try again, it's not going to be the worst decision in the world.
Well, yeah, but they think they're going to be drafting at 28, 29, and they don't think they're going to get the C.J. Carr or Arch Manning. So you're absolutely right, though. Remember back in the day, like if you took Jamarcus Russell and you missed, you were dead. You're dead in the water because you had to pay $60 million. So you're absolutely right. And I like when teams overdraft, just keep on taking quarterbacks. Think about it. Belichick took Jimmy Garoppolo in the second round, I believe. I double-checked that. He took Ryan Mallett. He took Jacoby Brissett in the third round. And the Eagles took Jalen Hurts. I like draft them, and just hope something hits. Because that's the only key in football is having the quarterback, right? What other position matters if your quarterback's not good?
One team that I felt like had a really strong round one was the Dallas Cowboys, just with getting Caleb Downs, who Nick Saban has said is the best player in the draft. And then they go and get Malachi Lawrence, a great edge rusher out of UCF. But then they trade their pick to the Eagles to help the Eagles out, as we talked about, to start the segment with, the wonders that Howie Roseman can do. Did the Dallas Cowboys have a good day? To me, it's like they're wearing the really nice shirt, but it's got a huge mustard stain on it with that trade. Where do you come out on the Cowboys day one of the draft?
I actually, I think I'm new school in this. I don't care about trading with rivals. Does that bother you guys, like divisional rivals?
Yeah.
The young.
It does.
It doesn't bother me. The Eagles did it with Devontae Smith and Micah Parsons a few years ago. Remember, the Eagles and the Cowboys did it, and both worked out great. I mean, it really worked out great for the Cowboys until they blew it. But I don't have that big a problem. No. And, I don't think I love Caleb Downs as much as everybody else. I love watching him in college. I think he's awesome. But, what is he? He's not the guy on the Ravens. He's not Kyle Hamilton. He's not going to play safety like that. And he's not a cornerback. So what exactly does he do? I'm putting that, I know he's an incredible player, but I'm not sure that he's going to help change that defense.
Yeah. He is Andrew Perloff. You can check out his work at Athlon Sports right now. And also, Andrew, before we let you go, I want to let you know our executive producer, Zach Kroll, wanted to throw in Meet the Mets, another great team anthem.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, but I mean, I hate all things Mets. And the fact that I couldn't enjoy the Mets losing streak because the Phillies are just as bad has been really cool. Right. And then the Sixers lose. So I'm all about the Eagles right now.
Yeah, that NL East loves 10-plus game losing streaks for sure. Andrew Perloff, find him on Twitter at Andrew Perloff. Pearl, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the draft. No more anti-Phillies Sixers talk.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely not. Coming up next, we're going to talk all about how much Philadelphia is terrible at sports. No. Fernando Mendoza's ringtone is exactly what you would expect Fernando Mendoza's ringtone would sound like. And we'll play it for you, as well as some other sounds from the week that you may have missed right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Thank you for that big voice guy, but I don't know if the smartest angles are coming from this show. We try, but I don't know if we actually deliver. My name's Austin Huff alongside Carrington Harrison, who is in for Alex Gold this week. We went with a Kansas City colleague for the replacement. It's time now for Sounds of the Week. I want to let you know first, though, that BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. To use the token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Carrington, I have a feeling I know as to why Kevin Durant keeps missing these playoff games with the Rockets. As he missed game 1 with, I believe, a knee contusion, and game 3 with a sprained ankle. I think it's because his head coach, Ime Udoka, has been throwing his whole team under the bus.
Horrendous mistakes. I don't know if you want to say youth or, scared of the moment or whatever the case, but, you have a 6-point lead with 20 or 30 seconds to go, get a rebound, and just have to hold the ball and get fouled, or, it's basically a 1-on-4, and we throw it away. To combat it and make it worse, a terrible foul on Marcus Smart to give him 3 free throws. Next play, backcourt, you got it. Double's coming, you try to split it instead of throwing it to Alpi wide open. Another turnover, and then James makes a tough shot. Then the final play, for the last shot, we don't run what was drawn up, all the above.
I mean, look, he's not wrong, but can we just say, coaches, let this be a reminder that when things go bad, it's on you, and when things go right, it's on the team. I'm talking to you, Ime. I'm talking to Brian Kelly, Brett Brown back in the day, Mike Singletary. Can't win with them. Can't coach them. Can't win with them.
Can't do it.
Coaches they can't do it. Throwing your team under the bus never works, right? Like, it doesn't make you look better as a coach to just put all the onus on them, right?
I got to hit my second ABS challenge for the show.
Here we go. Here we go.
You know what? I think this is where we in the media are a little bit hypocritical. I like when these guys say interesting things. If he just said, it's on me, we got to be better, we're going to take it one game at a time, then we wouldn't be talking about it. So you know what, Ime? Tell us the truth. Hey, I drew up this play. They didn't go out there and run it. They didn't execute it. That's on them. I like when they do this. And I think what is really bothering Ime, have you guys seen the rollout to Michael? He used to be with Nia Long. She looks amazing. If I was him and I had to turn on the TV every day and I saw Nia Long on the Today Show and Good Morning America and I realized what I lost, I'd be a little stressed too when I come into work. So yeah. He's really got a lot of personal things going on, but there's a bright side to this. He's going to be on vacation soon enough. He's going to be on vacation here in the next 2 days. He's not going to have any work. He's not going to have to get up early. He's going to have nothing but free time here coming up in about 24 hours.
So you're telling me he's blowing leads and fumbling the bag in his private life as well as in his professional life?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what got him in trouble, hitting threes on and off the court. That's what put him in this position.
The Rockets had a 6-point lead with 27 seconds to go last night. And then LeBron James happened with not just the steal, but the game tying 3 in overtime. And then in overtime, it was just the Lakers connecting all of the shots. Yeah, I'm facing elimination tomorrow night. Rockets. I never would have thought we'd be standing here on Saturday, April 25th, saying that LeBron James without Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic are going to be on the verge of a sweep. Well, I mean, actually, I did believe that, but I thought it would be the Rockets were on the verge of sweeping the Lakers and not the other way around.
I'm telling you right now,
Carrington,
Wednesday, Ime, you're going to be free on Wednesday. I'm going to tell you that right now. You better go get through this game on Sunday night, Monday exit interviews, Tuesday cleanup, Wednesday you in the DR somewhere. You on the Amalfi Coast in Italy. You just vacation is soon. It's right around the corner, my boy. Right around the corner.
That's the good news right there. Carrington, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you can tell a lot about a person based on the sound of their ringtone.
I agree, 100%.
Well, the same is true for Fernando Mendoza.
I don't even know what this is, but this could be the Dawson Creek theme song. You could tell me anything could be it. This could be Gucci Mane or Gilmore Girls. It could be anything. I wouldn't be surprised. There's nothing you could play that would surprise me with Fernando Mendoza. Not a single piece of audio. What is it? I've never heard this.
Grant, let's unveil it right now.
How you doing? It's Vitek. I appreciate you calling.
That sound comes courtesy of Indiana.
Hold on, play it again, because this sounded like whenever Bugs Bunny pops his heads up in Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
Play this again. What? I don't need to hear this sound again. What is this?
Yeah.
How you doing?
No. That is literally every
calling.
time Fernando Mendoza gets a phone call, it's Fred Flintstone doing his twinkle toes at the bowling
Oh,
alley.
that is the Fred Flintstone doing the bowling. Oh,
right?
That's what the
like
sound
that's,
was. Oh, man,
look,
that's a good one.
My mom has one of the most annoying ringtones ever, and it's not even for a phone call, but it's for a text. Every time a call comes in, she's got it set to that sound of it's the dun 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 dun. That every single time she gets a text, and she is in a lot of group texts. Like my mom goes to a lot of potlucks and a lot of supper clubs and mahjong groups. Like she is in them all. And that is constantly going off at the house. And we have begged her to change it. But every time she says, well, if I change it, I won't be able to hear it. I don't want to hear that anymore. I'd rather you have the most antisocial life than to have to hear that ringtone every single time. Not to mention the amount of judgment you get when you're probably out in public and every time dun 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 dun. And same thing with Fernando Mendoza's twinkle toes. Like it's just you got to go with at very least the generic ding and or the generic like ringtone that goes with the phone, right?
No, absolutely. Did you used to have, you remember, this was like early 2000s, where if someone called you, they could listen to a song for a little bit before you answer the phone?
Playback ringtone. Yeah,
that was a good one. I didn't have it, but I remember you would call your friend and I'd be listening to Air Force Ones by Nelly, waiting for him to answer the phone. That was a good time. It was an exciting time. Did you also, now I did used to do this. We got our own cell phone, and you wanted to make your own voicemail, you'd be like, hey, this is Carrington, give me a call. Then you would put the phone up to the speaker so they could hear like Always on Time by Ja Rule.
Yeah.
And then you would be like, all right, leave a message. Yeah, those were the days, man. Those were the days.
Yeah. My buddy used to do that with Blake Shelton's first hit single, Austin. And he's like, because it's like, if you're calling about, like it's basically a voicemail is the chorus of that song. And so he would make that his callback, which I always loved because he would always end it with, and P.S. if this is Austin, I still love you, which shout out to my buddy Garrett for that. I love you too, man. But it is only my rich friends had the callback ringtone. Like I was the kind of guy that was, I was counting my minutes and only having people text me on nights and weekends, right? That
was everybody. That was everybody. That wasn't just you. That was everybody. Now, I don't know if it's too late to put something on the list because I'd like to, now that we're having this conversation, I want to throw something on the list. We all
go
had
right
the
ahead,
friend.
Man.
Did you have the friend that had the voicemail that it sounded like him pretending to answer the phone? Then it was, I'm just joking. Leave a message. The most annoying person. Because you'd be like, oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, hey, how you doing, man? Oh, I'm doing all right. Oh, I'm just joking. Like, man,
right.
Yeah, that person was super annoying. Put that on the list. Fake voicemail guy. I'm putting him on the list.
Look, it's never too late to add something to the list. Even though, the list may have been an hour ago, we can always add things to the list for sure. It is, fake voicemail. It's like, hello, can you speak up? I can't hear you. Meanwhile, the person's on the other line going,
how it goes.
Mark, answer your phone. I'm here. Is it my phone? Is it my connection? Oh man, it is. That is
the exact experience it would be. You would fall for it you knew it was coming. You would still fall for it every time.
Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, the worst wasn't the person doing it. The worst is when you fell for it a second time. You call them and they're like, hello. And you're like, hey, Mark, are you going to the, he's like, I'm sorry. You got my voicemail. And you're like, oh, come on. Jeez. That is, geez, the perils of living back then that I feel like kids today will never understand. But man,
I also wonder with these kids, Austin, I do wonder, there was a time where people would answer the phone with no clue who was on the other side of the phone. That was a dangerous time to be living. Now, I don't know about you. If I don't have the number saved, we don't need to be talking to each other. We don't need to be. There's no world in which you call me for the first time and we're talking. No, I don't trust you. You're untrustworthy.
You're a spam call. You are a robot. He is Carrington Harrison, C. Harrison on Twitter. I'm Austin Huff at Austin Huff. Coming up next, hey, let's get more into the NFL. Actually, not the NFL draft. We got to get into this Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You know, during the NFL draft week, people always harp on leaking picks. Although this year, a few leaked picks had everyone talking, including Mike Vrabel. Guys, we got to get into the scandal heard round the NFL. It is Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini. It is, I believe it is, quote, laughable for any suggestion otherwise of this just being a completely innocent interaction. It does not deserve any further response. That's at least what Mike Vrabel said to the Post when the first of the 3 damning batches of photos became public. Since then, Mike Vrabel has made 2 public responses. So they don't deserve any further response, and yet we've got 2 public responses since then. And
he's also in counseling. We have to incorporate that too. Today, he is not a part of the Patriots draft because he is in counseling right now. I mean, this was the only Saturday that they had counseling. He couldn't go next Saturday. There could have been counseling in like the middle of May or early June. No, they're busy on those Saturdays. It had to be day 3 of the NFL draft that he had to do this.
That's what it's like. I didn't even think counseling centers were open on weekends, but I guess that's neither here nor there. This is basically the Patriots showing like, hey, we're going to punish you by making you not participate in the 3rd day of the draft, which feels like all of the same like discipline of suspending you for the 3rd preseason game, right? Like, it's like, okay, like, I don't know, like, what this is, like, trying to prove. And plus, like, when I first heard of him doing counseling, I'm like, what kind of counseling? Like, cheating counseling? Because, like, this isn't a Tiger Woods sex addiction thing, right? Like, it is him having an affair.
It might be. We don't know. This could just be the tip of the iceberg. We don't know what he got going on.
It could be just the tip. That is for sure, Carrington. C. Harrison on Twitter right there. Why not? Like, I just don't. If you're going to seek counseling, I think Vrabel should have sought counseling before dropping his initial statement defending this whole thing, right? Like, because between him saying this is laughable and then just a mere weeks later when more photos drop, he's very much saying, oh, well, this is a private matter. This is this is just between us.
Laughable. I don't know if people have ever clicked on the full screen of the picture. There is a picture of these 2 individuals, and they are hugged up watching the sunrise in the mountains. Tell me, in what scenario would you be in that situation with somebody that you are not in some form of an intimate relationship with? And I thought this from the very, very beginning. We all know attractive women. You tell me a group of attractive women that went on a girls' trip and we have seen 0 pictures from this girls' trip. We didn't see a cocktail. We didn't see a dinner. We didn't see a night out picture. If you were really out with your homegirls, this is easy. I should be able to go on your Instagram and I should be able to look at your story. Like, you guys didn't even do a good job covering your tracks. You really did. You did do a good job covering your tracks. And now we found out that the New York Post, I mean, they were treating this like an album release. We had the early single, and it was a hit. It was a hit single.
It was a hit. It was a hit single.
Then we got a couple of other singles, and then on the day of the draft, they dropped the album. If you were on the fence about these 2 people's relationship, there is nothing to be on the fence about anymore. These people were in a relationship. He had a girlfriend with a wife on the side. Mm-hmm. We now know that. There is no reason to argue this. There is no reason to debate it. There's no reason to question. Now, if we're debating on whether or not you should care, I can't tell you whether or not you should care about it, but there should be no gray area. These people were in a relationship with one another.
Yeah, I work in the world of country music, so I could best compare these hit singles to something from Morgan Wallen's latest album, maybe Ella Langley, even Post Malone. Like, it's like every single that drops is a smashing success. And Carrington, you and I just met today, but if you put us on a rooftop in those Sedona Mountains I would probably be interlocking fingers with you. It was so romantic. Like I wouldn't be able to help myself. And here it is.
Another thing, Austin, too. Now, I'm not saying this with any level of experience, right? I just want to go ahead and say that right now. This is not me incriminating myself. I hold the Fifth Amendment. I do. But if you were cheating, you want to know the best place to cheat? 2 hours outside of town. They were not cheating in downtown Arizona. No, let's go out of the city limits so we won't run into anybody. Let's go somewhere private, alone, one-on-one, and then we can have our time together. I mean, just come on now. This was obvious. This is an open and shut case.
It's laughable to suggest that I would drive 4 hours, 2 hours there, 2 hours back after going to Arizona State's pro day, just because, it's a professional working relationship. One that we learned this week goes all the way back 6 years ago when they were kissing and very much leaning into each other in a bar in Tribeca until the wee hours of the morning.
Austin,
this is
that was his girlfriend. I feel like you're hesitant to say it. Mike Vrabel was in a relationship with Diana Rossini. They were boyfriend and girlfriend. Now, they both have husbands and wives. They have spouses on the other side. But all of the evidence leads to this was an ongoing relationship between these two people. This was not a one night. This was not we got drunk and something just happened. Again, they got to deal with it on their own marriage. I don't have anything to do with that. Sure. But we gotta call it for what it is. We gotta call a spade a spade. These people were dating one another.
Yeah, and no, you're right. And it's not that it shouldn't be as big of a surprise as I think it was for a lot of us, because Mike Vrabel has shown his true colors out. He's been hiding it in plain sight, just based off of the way his tenure in Nashville went down and the start of his tenure in New England. Because if you recall back, I believe it was week 8 of his final season in Nashville, he goes to New England during the bye week, the Titans bye week, and he is introduced into the Patriots Ring of Honor. And he's got his red jacket on, and he addresses the crowd at halftime of the Patriots game. And in that, he says, it essentially says to the extent of, hey, enjoy what you've got here in New England. It's not like this everywhere. I've been to a lot of places, and what you have here is special. This is unlike anywhere else. He said that while he was the head coach of one of the 31 other NFL franchises out there. So if he's doing that in plain sight, Carrington's giving me the
Austin,
ABS challenge here.
We got to quit being mad at people for lying. Have you seen what the Patriots have done over the last 25 years? Have you seen what the Titans have done over the last 25 years? I'm not mad at Mike Vrabel for telling the truth. That was the truth. Him standing up there at that press conference and telling us that he was not having an affair, that was telling a lie. That's what I'm going to be mad at Mike Vrabel for. I'm not going to be mad at Mike Vrabel for saying, hey, I've been with the Titans organization. It's nothing like what we have here. You guys should enjoy being the Patriots. The Patriots did it with Bledsoe. They did it with Brady. They're doing it with Drake May right now. The Patriots are a pillar of the National Football League. The Titans are the NFL Atlanta Hawks is what they are.
That is fair. That is fair. But while being employed by one of the other teams, you don't just go out. That is essentially that, halftime enshrinement that they had there in New England. That was the photos of him in Tribeca with Diana Rossini, leaning in, trying to get the smooch, telling her, you're much better than my wife. Like, you're much better than what I've got back at home. And, that's been one of the interesting things about this whole scenario is since this all went down, Diana Rossini, the receipts are everywhere to the point where she deactivated her Twitter account this week.
I mean, she was on there getting fried up. You already know. Her mentions had to be filthy mentions.
I mean, the videos of her calling her husband average, saying that she hid some of the partying she did in Miami from him because he wouldn't approve, saying Yeah, quote, I had that much fun, and quote, I don't know what got into me. Yeah, look, it's
That man had her in the figure four leg lock down in Miami. She honestly was leaving these clues right in front of us this entire time.
right.
We just didn't put two and two together. She was leaving a
No.
lot of breadcrumbs, a lot of clues. And you know what? I have a theory. I try not to spend my free time worrying about what other people do in their free time. You are two consenting adults. Do what you want to do. But my message is always clear. Just don't get married. Just don't get married. If these were two single people, I don't think anybody cares. Like, it's not as scandalous, right? If these are just two single people and they're out, hey, we have a relationship, yeah, that would be different. But we all know how it is. He's trying to play the loving husband, the coach's wife. It's too much. It honestly is one of the perfect NFL stories for this reason. It happened during the perfect time. We're looking for stuff to talk about. We've been talking about the NFL draft now for 3-4 months. We need a little bit of a break from it. We already, squeezed all of the juice out of the NFL free agency in that period. We're just waiting for stuff to do. Next thing you know, we get this soap opera completely dropped in our lap where an NFL head coach is sleeping with one of the top NFL reporters. I know we all say, man, we just like sports. Inherently, we are messy. This is why we all love Jerry Springer or watching the Steve Wilkos show.
Yeah, right.
Because at our core, we're messy human beings. We love other people's drama and other people's mess. So if you're going to combine football and Jerry Springer into one entity, sign me up.
Yeah. Carrington, I don't know if you're a reality TV guy, but between this, the Vrabel and Rossini situation that's been going down, and the drama that has been surrounding the Bravo reality show Summer House, and then even before that, the Bachelorette getting canceled 3 days before it was set to debut. This has been a spring of drama. It is the spring has been runneth over. Like it is flowing constantly. It's like drinking out of a fire hydrant. It has been so much shooting at us. Now, I have 3 questions as it pertains to Vrabel and Rossini, and I don't know if all of them.
Before you ask the questions, you want to know what we need? This is what we need. I'm serious. If I'm Fox or ABC, I get Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, and I get Diana Rossini and her husband to sit down for a live red table talk. You wouldn't watch that, Austin? You're telling me you wouldn't watch a live podcast between all 4 of them talking about their marriage? Oh, Simon,
I would.
That show right there is doing $12 million. That show right there would get everybody. It would get the NFL fan. It would get the reality TV show fan. It would get the Hollywood onlooker. You get Will Smith and his wife, Diana Rossini and her husband, to public cheating scandals, entanglements, and let's hear them hash it out on live television. That's what I want.
Look, we're ideas people here at BetMGM Game Day. Carrington
Harrison.
Yeah, C. Harrison right there on Twitter. Okay, so my 3 questions as it pertains to this situation, and I don't know if all 3 of them are answerable. But the first question is kind of the one we came out of the gate with. What kind of counseling is Mike Vrabel getting today? Like, what is it? Is it sex counseling? Is it, hopefully it's PR counseling, but like what kind of counseling is he getting?
He is going through a traumatic, this is the thing, you're not being sensitive to the traumatic experience that he's going through. I heard someone say this, that it takes half as long to get over a breakup than you were in the relationship. So if you're in the relationship for 6 months, it's going to take you 3 months to get over it. This man was having an affair for 6 years. You think that he can just automatically turn off the feelings that he has for this person? No. He cares about this person. He loves this person. He's going through it. So he has to sit down with somebody to unpack all of that. We got to be mindful of how Mike Vrabel feels in all of this.
And keep in mind Diana Rossini's son, one of which named Mike. So there is that.
I don't want to do that with their kids.
Too.
I know
I'm not saying
I don't want to do that with their. I know.
No,
I don't
that was
want to
unrelated.
Do that with their
Unrelated.
okay,
fact.
I don't want to do
fact.
that. I can't sign up for that.
I'm not doing my job as a journalist to not share all of the facts that we have before us. But my next question, and this goes, this is very much tabloid junky, messing around in the mud type question. But is it an upgrade to go to the New England Patriots head coach against an executive for Shake Shack? Because the job of Diana Rossini's husband, that's a pretty good gig. Like I'm sure there's a lot of money there. I'm sure there's a lot of free Shake Shack involved there. I don't know. There's a lot more benefits, I feel like, with her current husband, no?
Yeah, I mean, I find it hard to believe that your girl can be stepping out on you for 6 years and you don't have no clue. One of their spouses knew. I don't know which one it was, but we know women are the greatest detectives that we have ever seen. You are not hiding an affair from your wife for 6 years. I'm sorry. She knew a long time ago. She didn't say nothing, but your wife knew you were cheating a long time ago. Now you embarrassed her in front of everybody. Diana Rossini's husband, he might just be happy to just be with a very attractive woman with the close proximity to sports. He might have just been like, I don't know. I can't speak on it. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be watching that much film, right? It's like, how much film are you watching until 5 a.m. in Tribeca? It's not.
I just also feel like he would have heard some rumors at some point. You know what I mean? Like, they obviously were out in public. They weren't doing that much to hide who they were. Like,
yeah, right.
They weren't doing that much to hide who they were. You never heard. Nobody told you a rumor. Hey, I heard X and X. Like, we all have heard rumors before. You didn't hear one single rumor about this situation?
And one of the things we did find out this week was that it was not, in fact, a private investigator, as we all believed, as the internet rumors led us to believe, a private investigator that leaked those photos. It was actually just a couple at the resort, and they recognized Mike Vrabel, head coach, and shopped him around, not even knowing it was Diana Rossini who he was with, and thus, the pictures come out. But my final question,
I don't believe
way out
it,
the
Austin.
door.
I don't believe it. Just in what situation would I be on my vacation and I just see Mike Vrabel over there and I'm just taking random pictures of him with somebody else like that? If that's the case, that person's weird. I'm sorry, that person is weird. Why would you be? It's one thing if you're a Patriots fan, you go up to Mike Vrabel, hey, I want to take a picture with you. You take your picture. You're taking pictures of Mike Vrabel with another woman in the pool. You're taking pictures of Mike Vrabel holding hands with this woman. That's weird to me. I'm sorry.
Carrington. You're forgetting the six figures you're probably getting from TMZ and or Page Six.
For Mike Vrabel pictures?
Yeah.
There's no way there's no way that the New York Post paid $100,000 or more for pictures of Mike Vrabel cheating. There's no I'm not saying they didn't pay. I'm not saying they didn't pay.
Who does Vrabel coach for? Who does Vrabel coach for? And who dropped the story?
The New York Post.
Boston and New York. Yeah, I think they would hand over. They would back up the Brinks truck for those photos. But that is again all speculation on my part. Final question.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just trying to think of the amount of people. Like, I could see if it was Michael B. Jordan with some woman, and we're like, "Who's this mystery woman?" Like, you're telling me that pictures of Mike Vrabel. If that's the case, I'm gonna start following Andy Reid around in Kansas City, just hoping I catch him in a wrong situation. Boom, boom, boom. I'll be snapping pictures of him everywhere. He at the grocery store. You talking to somebody? I refuse to believe. I think they're lying to us. They had too many pictures over a long period of time for me to think that these pictures were just fan-submitted photos. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
Last question. Over under 3 weeks before Diana Rossini, who is now unemployed.
Oh, she's coming here to BetMGM. She's coming here to BetMGM. She's about to take your job, Austin.
See, I was going to say Barstool. I was going to be like, that is a match made in heaven right there.
Outkick. That's where she's going.
Outkick.
100%.
He is Carrington Harrison filling in for our guy Alex Gold. C. Harrison on Twitter. I'm Austin Huff. Hey, coming up next, let's get into the football side of the NFL draft with Luke Westerling from Athlon Sports. He's going to join us right here on BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That sound, of course, Ty Simpson getting surprisingly picked at 13 in the first round of Thursday night's NFL draft. That sound comes courtesy of ESPN. And before we get to Luke Easterling, who covers the NFL for Athlon Sports, and probably the best head of hair of anyone that has ever joined this show, I first want to remind you that this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Luke, I'll start off right off the gate for anyone watching on our YouTube or Twitch streams. You can find him at Luke Easterling on Twitter. Luke, is it do shampoo first and then conditioner, or how does that work? And how frequently do we wash that beautiful mane that you have on your head?
I mean, you got to wash it every time, man. You got to wash it every shower. You got to brush it out beforehand, because then you don't want to brush it while it's wet if you want to keep the curls. And then you gotta put it doesn't take much. You get a little curl cream in there after the shower, and you've already brushed it out, so it's nice and healthy then. And then you just let it bounce, baby.
Okay. Are you married, or do you have a significant other?
I'm happily married, about to celebrate 20 years next year, my man.
Okay. After this, I'm going to need you to hang on, because I need to get your secret as to how you get the approval from the spouse to grow the hair out, because I am currently in the midst of it, but she wants it gone as quickly as possible. So we'll talk about that.
Highly favored. It's highly favored in this house. I'll say that much. I got through the awkward stage by staying off camera as much as possible while it meandered through the awkward stage, and I made it.
Was there any bigger loser in this year's draft, especially on night one, than mock draft guys? Just by the way, everything fell, with the trade ups, and with Jeremiah Love going third and David Bailey going number 2 overall. Like, it seemed like the whole night was just one giant shakeup for what we've been hearing for the 3 months prior to.
I mean, I don't know, man. If you follow my work, if you pay attention, and I don't expect anybody to, but I'm not much of a toot my own horn guy. But I went 3 for 3 at the top of this board, so I can't speak for my other friends in the industry who did not do that. But listen, man, I grew up in Tampa. I'm a Bucs guy, so like my as a fan, I'm always like, I hope the Bucs do all the smart things, and I hope everything else goes to hell. I hope everything else is absolute chaos, and that's kind of what I got so far. The Bucs just picked Keontae Scott in the 4th round, which is fantastic. So I'm thrilled about what the Bucs are doing, and everybody else is just taking quarterbacks they don't need, taking guys that are like not in my top 200 on day 2. I'm super happy about the way things are going. So I just love it. I love a chaotic first round. Again, I love when the Bucs do something smart, and then everything else has just been. It's kind of upside down. We kind of knew that going into this draft, though. It was like, just to give you an idea, the top of my board, the top 3 players were all positions that nobody cares about in the NFL anymore, right? It was a running back, a safety, and a linebacker, like Downs, Styles, and Love. And so we knew this was going to kind of be a weird draft, I think, where you never could really peg, like, how are teams going to value the fact that 3 of the best players in this draft are guys that you just normally don't take those positions that high. So I think we knew it was going to get weird. I don't think we knew it was going to be Rams take a quarterback at 13 weird, but I'm kind of glad, because I enjoy the drama.
Luke, where are you at with the controversy of drafting a running back with the 3rd overall pick? There seems to be multiple school of thoughts on what to do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's first of all, it's not a controversy to take the best players in the draft. It should never be. It really shouldn't. And like, we can have a conversation about team building and where you are in your journey as a franchise and what's around you. I just don't think you can ever go wrong taking the best players. I really don't. Like, draft good football players. That's my drafting strategy. It's very profound. But here, I'll say this. I agree with both sides of this argument in certain ways. And the one argument is you can just get a running back later. Like, you can just get a running back later. And that is true. It's true that you it's true that you can find productive running backs in the middle rounds. It happens all the time. Teams do it all the time. You can also plan to do that and draft a running back who never does a darn thing for you, like who just wastes a 3rd or 4th round pick because he's not that good. That happens a lot too. What doesn't happen very often is if you decide to spend a very high pick, let's say top 12 pick on a special running back. If you look over the last 10, 15 years, those guys don't bust. They just don't. Gibbs, Bijan, McCaffrey, Barkley, Zeke. You could probably say Fournette is the only top 12 running back that's been drafted in the last 10 or 12 years that you would look back and say, okay, he wasn't worth that pick. Now, you can argue about whether, the Giants should have done enough or kept Barkley or whatever like that. But in terms of the player, you can't tell me that any of those running backs that have been drafted top 12 haven't lived up to what was expected of them and haven't been the impact players that they were expected to be and the transformative players for their offense. And so that's the way I would push back against you don't have to take that guy at 3. Be like, yeah, but every time somebody does, that dude turns out to be the guy that we thought he was. And that's why I have no problem with the Cardinals doing that this year with Love.
I'm going to steal a move from Carrington real quick. I'm going to go to the ABS challenge. I'm going to tap the helmet, and because there is one name that I'm going to throw your way that I fear that Jeremiah Love may fall into similar shoes of, and that's Ashton Jeanty, who was taken the first round last year. 3.6 yards per carry in his rookie season, and that's mainly because it was like redoing your kitchen without building the walls of your house, right? Or without putting down a foundation. The Raiders offense just wasn't ready for him. Now, if he gets drafted into a situation where it's plug and play, that's a much better idealistic situation for him. I fear that's what we're getting with Jeremiah Love and the Cardinals. Do you sense that at all, where it's like, it's great for the Cardinals, it's going to sell jerseys, it's going to get butts and seats, but that offense is pretty bad. And I feel like you're just it's like that meme of parking a Maserati outside of a trailer park.
I get it. I would just say that's kind of a short-sighted criticism for a franchise that is not expecting to do much this year. Like this is kind of the opposite of the Rams thing, where it's like where you are as a team. Like, I understand taking a gamble on a quarterback you like in the top 15. I don't understand the Rams doing it for where the Rams are as a franchise. On the opposite side of it, if you're the Cardinals and you're saying, and the Raiders are a perfect example, because the Raiders were not going to compete last year. This year, the management, it's the second year for that front office under John Spytek, general manager. Now they can get a franchise quarterback like Fernando Mendoza. Now they can rebuild the offensive line and build up the defense, build in some of that foundation in, around the cabinets, if you will. It doesn't have to be one and then the other. If you know that this is a 3 to 5 year plan where you're trying to build a contender, Arizona's a perfect example. That backfield has bodies. Like, you've still got James Conner. You signed Tyler Algier. You got Trey Benson, who you took in the 3rd round a couple years ago. Where you are as a franchise, you do not need Jeremiah Love to come in and be a 1,500-yard rusher this season. You know it's going to take longer than that to build a contender. The flip side of that is, in a year or two, if you have built out the offensive line, if you have found the quarterback, if you have built the rest of the house, now you're a year into already having a superstar running back who's now ready to take advantage. And Jeremiah Love is barely going to be 21 when this season starts. So, this pick is not about, oh my God, if he doesn't have 1,200 total yards as a rookie, it was a failure. It's more about in year 2 and year 3 and year 4, is he a guy who is at that point and being able to be a superstar because we've built around him. I don't think you have to do one before the other. Again, I just think you should draft good players when you can.
Right now, we're talking to Luke Easterling. He covers the NFL and draft for Athlon Sports. Luke, give us a couple of drafts that you love. Give us a couple of drafts that made you scratch your head.
Yeah, again, I hate to come back to the Rams, and I couch this with all saying that this has nothing to do with Ty Simpson. I feel like I feel so bad for Ty Simpson, the guy, the player, because this is not about him. Like, he is not the problem in the criticism that everybody has over the Rams making this pick. It's that I feel like we've beaten this horse so much over the last few days, but that's my, like, nobody has had a worse draft to me than the Rams because of where they are as a team. And again, I'll go back to the fact that I grew up in Tampa and I was a Bucs guy. If you go back to 2021. They just won the Super Bowl under Brady with their first year with Tom Brady. They spent a ton of energy keeping that team together to try to make another run, right, in that offseason. But then they go into the draft. They spend their second highest pick. It was a late second rounder on Kyle Trask, the quarterback out of Florida. And it was just so nonsensical for me for a team that was trying to repeat as a Super Bowl champion to spend a second-round pick on a guy that you literally hope does not play this year at all. Like, if he sees the field, bad things have happened. And so for a team that went 13-4 and barely missed out on going to the NFC Championship, to the Super Bowl, had injuries at corner and could have taken a corner at that pick, had injuries along the offensive line and could have taken offensive lineman with that pick, to have missed out. I mean, the Rams basically said, let's do that, but worse. Like, we didn't even win the Super Bowl last year, but we think we can. We're going to spend a top 15 pick on a quarterback we hope does not play for at least a year while we're trying to win a Super Bowl. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't. On the only reason I didn't give them an F for that pick was because I almost always understand taking a quarterback when you can, if you believe in the guy, because it's just too important. But for where they are as a franchise, I just think it's so bad. And again, is Ty Simpson going to theoretically a place where he could fit really well and learn with that offense and be successful in the future? I think so. I just think it's going to cost them maybe a chance to win a Super Bowl this year or next year, because their top pick is going to be holding a clipboard the whole time. And in terms of the teams that do well, again, I'm biased as a Bucs fan, but if they did badly, trust me, I would tell you, because I would not be happy about it. But to get Reuben Bain at 15, the number 4 player on my board, the best pass rusher in this draft, I had him ahead of David Bailey, who went number 2 to the Jets, was an absolute gift from the rest of the league. Thanks for that. But I love Josiah Trotter in the second, exactly the kind of linebacker they need with Levante David moving on. And then they just grabbed Keontae Scott in the 4th round. He was 61st on my board. They got him at 116. Ted Hurst, the small school receiver out of Georgia State, it replaces some of that. Listen, you're never going to replace Mike Evans. There's only one of those guys in the world. But the size, the speed, the ability to kind of handle some of that ex-receiver type role and some of those traits, they needed that in that receiver room. And I love what the Bucs have done. I love what the Packers have done with limited capital, right? They didn't have a first-round pick, but they get Brandon Cisse, the corner out of South Carolina. They get Chris McClellan, big, giant nose tackle, but had 7.5 sacks last year as a pass rusher. Really, really liked Denai Dennis Sutton out of Penn State, the edge guy they just drafted a few minutes ago. Big, high upside guy that's a great fit for their scheme. So a couple of teams I really, really enjoyed what they've done so far.
Look, I'll show a little bias myself, too. I love the name drops of Josiah Trotter and Chris McClellan as a Mizzou guy myself. So great pulls there by it was.
They've got a great class,
Josiah,
man. Kevin
Kevin
Coleman Jr. Yeah, I mean they've got some dudes in this draft, man. They got some good players.
Yeah, well, he is Luke Easterling at Luke Easterling to find him on all socials. He's an NFL writer who covers the NFL for Athlon Sports and nailed the top 3 picks of the draft. And that's only the second best thing about him behind his head of hair. Luke, we love you, man. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
So, you know what, Carrington, I feel like we've gone this entire show so far, about 2.5 hours, and we have yet to talk about the Dallas Cowboys, and we're required by law to talk about the Dallas Cowboys as a national sports talk show. So we're going to do so coming up next. So get your best Cowboys takes ready, Carrington. He is Carrington Harrison in for Alex Gold at C.Harrison. I'm Austin Huff at Austin Huff. Find us on Twitter and all of the socials. And let's talk about Dem Boys coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
Prescott has some time, loading up, going deep, picking. He's got it! Oh, come on!
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That sound comes courtesy of Fox, and that can mean really only one thing. You know, the first rule of Fight Club is that you don't talk about Fight Club. But the first rule of national sports media is you have to talk about the Cowboys. Look, we're contractually obligated by law. I just want that to be known up front. Like, we do not want to be arrested. I can't speak for Carrington, but my slate is currently clean, and I'd like to keep it that way. But it helps to talk about the Cowboys when they have a night one of the draft that they had. Carrington, I go back and forth with the Cowboys because I do feel like they had a really good draft, but there was one big problem. And I said it earlier. It's like they wore a really nice shirt to dinner, but there was a massive mustard stain right there on the front because, drafting Caleb Downs and making the picks that they made in the first round, I thought were great. And they're going to help that Dallas defense in the long run. But then they trade away one of their picks to the Philadelphia Eagles and allow the Eagles to jump up to get Mekhi Lemon and basically essentially help with the absence of what A.J. Brown is eventually going to deliver for their division rivals. Carrington, where do you come out on the Cowboys in the draft thus far?
That's interesting. I actually have a question to ask you. I'll hold it here to the end of it. I do understand what Perloff said because he was on the show earlier and he said he thinks that it's overblown. I'm a big believer when it comes to the draft, you just got to focus on getting your guy. And if Caleb Downs is a guy that you think can turn out to be a game-changing, one of those kind of defensive players, so you felt like you had to maybe, do this move with the Eagles today in order to get what you want, I don't know how mad I can be at them for doing this. Let me kick this question to you related to the Cowboys. Would you rather have the Giants' first 2 picks or the Cowboys' first 2 picks?
Ooh. Okay, so the Cowboys got Caleb Downs, who Nick Saban basically went on to the broadcast and said literally the best player in the draft. And look, I value Nick Saban's opinion because of basically everything that he has done at the college game. Then they go and get Malachi Lawrence out of UCF, edge rusher. Them or the Giants? I don't know. I lean towards the Cowboys with this because of what the Cowboys defense was last year. It was the weakest link of their team. And they gave up so many big chunk plays that hopefully Caleb Downs, you would expect, will help limit that this upcoming year. So I lean Cowboys, but to me, it's essentially a coin flip. Where do you go on that?
I would pick the Giants. I think Arvell Reese was the second best defensive player in here. The thing that I have questions about with Caleb Downs, I'm big on positional value. I think he is a very, very good player. Positional value isn't there for me when it comes to him. Also, the athleticism. To me, if you're taking him with this 11th overall pick, he needs to be Kyle Hamilton. Like, we need to look at him like Jamal Adams. He needs to be kind of one of those players. So I wonder if physically, athletically, he is going to be there. I also just look at pass rush and I look at Malachi Lawrence. I mean, he's a real coin flip to me just with pass rushers. It could work. It could not work. I think the athleticism is there. The value is certainly there at 23 for you to be able to do it. I mean, I understand what the Cowboys did. I understand also what the Giants did. I just thought it was a real interesting toss-up on the two. Honestly, this is a solid draft so far from the Cowboys. I don't think you can really poke too many holes into it. I thought your analogy was really good. I think they had a good draft. The only blemish is going to be if we're having a conversation 3 years from now and they help the Eagles get a 1,200-yard wide receiver.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, I go back to our conversation with Andrew Perloff. Perloff is obviously he's an Eagles fan at heart, and he's, not shy about that. But he says that he is kind of more in the progressive way of thinking of like, it's not that big of a deal to trade within your own division. To me, I couldn't be further against that. I am so anti-trading within your division because those are teams that you have to meet twice a year, every single year, and you do not want to give them any benefit.
Austin, I think the thing is the who they traded with, and our belief is that Howie Roseman is so good at this, and he's going to get the better of this. Because if we were having this conversation and the Cowboys traded with Washington, I'm guessing you would have a different opinion. But it's the fact that they gave the Eagles that wide receiver, right, and we all know who he is going to replace and the organization that's taking him. That's what leads to this conversation.
Yeah, and look, maybe this is the fact that I am a Titans fan by trade, and that is true. Because I would not just be openly admitting that on the radio without it. And maybe it is still that I still have PTSD, post-trade stress disorder, from when the Titans dealt with Howie Roseman on draft night, and when they shipped off the aforementioned A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Maybe that's why I'm so anti-trading within your division rival, but especially to teams like that. I mean, you were in Kansas City just a few years ago, and like it's not even necessarily division rivals that I'm anti-trading with. It's really just rivals. And last year we saw a trade with the Bills trading out of the first round to your Kansas City Chiefs, and in a spot where the Bills could have taken advantage and picked up a wide receiver, which was a position of need for them for the last year, if not last two.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point. I'm thinking about the Howie Roseman. I'm thinking about the way that it plays out. And there are just some teams that just get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the draft. That they're one of those kinds of teams. There's an expectation that it's going to work in all of this. So the fact that the Cowboys gave some of their resources to help get a player who fell a little bit, at least based on the early projections of where we thought he could go. The fact that he seemed to fall in the Eagles' lap, and the Eagles clearly knew it too. I think another part of this is the Eagles were so excited to then go up and get him and then make that trade to get ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who is another organization that has a long track record of developing wide receivers.
Well, and if you told me that the Cowboys would trade with the Eagles and there would be a wide receiver involved in that somehow, I would have guessed that the Cowboys finally found a landing spot for George Pickens, which we're going to get to in just a second. I do want to remind you that when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. George Pickens kind of surprisingly signed franchise tag this week, meaning he's going to be in Dallas for, at least for the foreseeable future. That was surprising to me because I thought for sure heading into this offseason that George Pickens was going to be playing elsewhere other than Dallas. But that kind of just makes what has been a mostly good week for the Cowboys even better, no?
Yeah, I don't really know why George Pickens wouldn't sign the franchise tag. Just looking at it, I mean, he was a mid-round pick. So, I mean, he's made good money for life. He certainly hasn't made, I would say, like good money for what a top NFL receiver would be. So now you lock in a 1-year fully guaranteed $27.2 million deal, and you don't care if that money comes from Dallas. You don't care if it comes from the Arizona Cardinals. You at least lock yourself into a floor. So I'm not surprised that George Pickens signed his franchise tag. I also always thought he was going back to Dallas. They love big. They love stars. Pickens showed himself that last year. I would let him play another year on this franchise tag, and I'd make him prove it before I gave him a 4-year, $130 million deal, just because his attitude's always around the corner.
From the NFL's biggest name, or arguably, to one of the NBA's biggest, let's talk New York Knicks with Christian Winfield, who covers the Knicks for the New York Daily News. coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We are, as they say in the biz, efforting Christian Winfield, who covers the New York Knicks for the New York Daily News. So we hope to get to him soon. But in the
he missing like Mikal Bridges, Austin. That's where he is. That's who he's trying to find. He's trying to find Mikal Bridges. They're in the same place. We can't locate him.
C. Harrison on Twitter, right there, Carrington Harrison, coming to you live from Kansas City, the Fountain City, the beautiful Fountain City. Which before we get into, I want to talk a little bit of draft. Another great sports talk radio trope of winners or losers. Carrington, brand new ballpark going downtown for the Kansas City Royals. Kauffman Stadium is moving, west. How do you feel about that? Is it universally loved in Kansas City, the idea? Because frankly, I love it. I love Kauffman Stadium, don't get me wrong, but it is kind of in the middle of nowhere out there with Arrowhead. And I love the fact of the idea of having a beautiful Kansas City skyline backdrop while you're playing ball in the summer.
I'm really excited about the plan, the area of downtown of what they are planning on building the stadium. I thought just needed a stadium refresh. The proposal that the Royals have coming together, I mean, it's an 85-acre plan. So we're talking about one of the biggest ballpark downtown initiatives in the history of American sports. You combine that with the brand that Hallmark is. The Hallmark company is actually based in Kansas City. They're the ones selling a lot of the land to the Kansas City Royals. So, yeah, I go to other cities and I see that other cities have sort of a hub for a place for, tourists, locals, come down here and do the thing. Kansas City doesn't really have that. There's a couple of different areas and pockets, but I wouldn't say, there's not the one place, Austin, if you came to visit Kansas City that you're thinking, man, I got to go here to see it. I think that's what the Royals are planning on building now in downtown Kansas City. So, for sure, it is definitely an exciting time to live in Kansas City. And we also got the World Cup coming up in a couple of weeks. I just got my World Cup tickets. Now, I'm not going to one of the marquee games. I mean, we got Messi coming. Ronaldo could be coming. I didn't get tickets to that one. But I got tickets to Algeria. I got tickets to that. They were selling them for $100 a piece. I was like, I got to go. I got to go for $100 a piece. I got them.
You're going to be seeing the teams playing like the small countries, like where they've got like a goat as like their midfielder. You're going to be like, man, at least I'm getting to see World Cup action though, right?
That's, that is exact. I didn't care. I don't know enough about soccer. Now, obviously, I know who Lionel Messi is. The Netherlands is also playing in Kansas City. There's only so much I'm willing to spend to watch soccer. I don't care who wins the World Cup. I don't know. But you know what I would like to say? I like to sit there and I like to look at my daughter and she sees that the World Cup was in Kansas City and she's like, oh, Daddy, did you go? You know what? In fact, I did go. She doesn't need to know what game I went to, but she needs to know that I was at the World Cup. So, yeah, that's all ultimately I really care about, Sometimes you got to do things for the experience, I went to go see Hamilton. I'm not a musical person, but you know what I can now say? Oh, yeah, I've seen Hamilton before. That was worth me sitting there for 3 hours. I didn't care the room where it happened. I don't even remember the room where it happened. But I saw Hamilton. I'm going to see Austria, Algeria at Arrowhead Stadium on, I think it's June 27th. I don't even know the date. I just know I'm going to be there.
Yeah, sure. No, you and I are much aligned on that. Just go for the experience, like whether you know soccer or not. I think I was born in Los Angeles. My parents went to the 84 Olympics. And like all my life, I was like, man, I can't believe my parents went to the Olympics. I mean, I think they saw maybe like archery and like, the backstroke, like maybe that was it. They're the only two events maybe they saw, but they can always say Olympics. We went to the Olympics. Exactly. So,
there's some sporting events that even us, two people that love sports, you're impressed if somebody tells you they went to it. Like whenever somebody tells you they went to the Super Bowl, you have questions like, oh, which one? Who was the halftime performer? How was the experience? Knowing somebody that went to the Super Bowl is cool. Like if you told me you went to the Masters, I don't want to talk about the NFL draft. Let's talk about your experience at the Masters. The World Cup is kind of one of those things just because, you're not – essentially, I live in Kansas City. I'm not guaranteed to ever get the World Cup again. Los Angeles will probably get the World Cup again. New York will probably get it again. Miami, Dallas. It is no guarantee that the World Cup will be 15 minutes from where I grew up. So I got to go.
To your point, Carrington, let this be a PSA. If this is why you always go to the experience, because growing up, I got the opportunity to go to a couple actually Indy 500s. I'm not a motor racing guy, especially not with IndyCar series, right? Like I barely watch F1 right now. I love the Indianapolis 500. It is one of the greatest spectacles in sports that I have ever witnessed. And, I've been to some pretty big events, some World Series games. I've been to, some big time college football games, SEC championships. I've done a lot, but the Indianapolis 500 should be on everyone's sports bucket list, whether you like sports or not, because it is phenomenal. You just feel the power of cars averaging 250 miles per hour, going around a 2.5 mile track in the middle of Indianapolis. It is one of the coolest events, over 300,000 people out there, but it's spread out enough to where it's like, even if you don't like big crowds, like it's not too crazy. Go to the Indianapolis 500. And to Carrington's point, just have the experience in sports and really just say yes to everything that you can, because you never know when it will become one of your favorite events ever.
Yeah, I think the best way of describing it is, so last year, one of my bucket lists from a kid was, I got to go to the Kentucky Derby someday. Like, I just always loved it on TV. I loved the fashion. I loved how quick the race was. Like, I just always loved it. So last year, I was like, you know what, man, I'm going to the Kentucky Derby. Absolutely loved it. The example that I would make is, there is a difference between going to a game and going to a sporting event. I will pass up on a game. Like, I always have a chance to go watch Royals baseball, but watching them on a Tuesday play the Guardians, you're not missing anything. There's no experience in that. That's something you can always experience again. There are only a handful of sporting events, the Kentucky Derby, the Indianapolis 500, the Masters, the Final Four. Those are sporting events. Those are not just games. So if you get a chance to go to a sporting event, you absolutely have to go to a sporting event. But, if you live in Brooklyn, you can miss Raptors Nets on a Thursday night. You ain't missing nothing. I promise you're not missing anything if you don't go to Raptors Nets.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And Kentucky Derby is another one. I had a chance to go, and I'll never forget that day, because it is one of those spectacles in sports that you have to experience. And I'll never forget that day for a couple of reasons. Not only did I get to see, the greatest the greatest, the fastest, the most exciting 2 minutes in sports.
All of those things. It is quite literally all of those things. Last year, I won the Kentucky Derby. My horse won. And I hit the exacta. So, man, I was feeling good.
Dang.
I felt like I knew everything there was to know about horses. Oh, my goodness. I was so excited.
Yeah, you're walking out of there. If you weren't walking in there with one, you were definitely walking out with like a seersucker suit on, I'm sure.
I was trying to buy one of the horses. That's what I was trying. I was trying to win so much money they was going to sell me one of them. I wanted to leave with one.
Hey, that's a good business if you can get into it. Oh, my gosh. But one of the things that happened to me while I was at the Kentucky Derby, and this is not a Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini moment, but I locked eyes with one Miss Lauren Conrad. And let me tell you, she smiled.
You say it wasn't a Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel situation. I wish that it was for you. I wish that on TMZ it was, who is this random man that Austin Huff, or who is this, that Lauren Conrad is kissing on? That's what I wanted for you. Your wife would just have to understand in that scenario. Babe, I got a chance to kiss the girl from the hills. Come on now.
Yeah, babe, I was feeling the rain on my skin. Okay. What can I say? Like, there's nothing I can do about it. Right. I was living in Nashville at the time. The entire 2.5, 3 hour drive home, I was just like, hey, babe, just be lucky you got me, because there's other women out there that
you had a shot.
Very much so.
I wasn't even there, but it sounds like if you went up to her and introduced yourself, Who knows what would have? I'm telling you, the Kentucky Derby has some magical powers. You get a couple of those mint juleps flowing through your veins, you feel like you can do anything.
I did have someone tell me just a couple weeks ago, with my hair growing out a little bit longer, I do resemble one Brody Jenner. So maybe that's what she saw in me. I don't know, but you know,
that's what
okay.
1,000% what it was.
So quickly, let's get to a couple of winners and losers from the draft. I think for me personally, Carrington, a big winner in this whole NFL draft is Ty Simpson. Not necessarily the Rams, but Ty Simpson. I think he is a huge winner from this draft because he went into the best possible scenario, backing up a future Hall of Famer, playing and learning under Sean McVay. And if and when he takes over, his team will be loaded. How many times do we talk about first-round quarterbacks that are just sent to horrible situations? You know, we a lot of people thought the Arizona Cardinals were going to trade up and get Ty Simpson in the first or maybe early second round, and that would have been a bad situation for him. But here he is going to a team that is already a Super Bowl contender, being able to learn under two of the game's greatest in Stafford and McVay. It's like he joined the Alabama of the NFL in a way.
Yeah, that's a pretty good winner. I like that winner. I'm going to go with Mekhi Lemon. We've spoken about him today as a winner from this year's draft class. Just right time. Like, one thing that I think I've grown with my NFL opinion over time is, man, a lot of the NFL is just about situation. For example, we can use an NBA comparison. If Darren Peterson goes to the Pacers, he's got a shot. If Darren Peterson goes to the Sacramento Kings, he has no shot. He has absolutely no shot. Where you get drafted matters, man. It absolutely matters. So Mekhi Lemon going to that system and that scheme with that organization, I think it's a great landing spot for him. So I'm going to give Mekhi Lemon one of my winners.
So you don't think Darren Peterson could ever light the beam?
No, I don't think he would light the beam. If he goes to Sacramento, we'll never talk about him ever again. There's no chance. There's no hope if that ends up happening. None. Absolutely no hope. Let me give you another winner for the NFL draft. I'll give you another winner here. The Big Ten. The Big Ten is a winner here. Ohio State had a magical day. And did you know in round one, there were more Big Ten players that were selected than SEC players? The SEC used to dominate this draft. But I think we've seen since NIL, since the parity has switched a little bit, the Big Ten has become the premier conference in college football as of now. So I'm going to go with the big winner in all of this is the Big Ten. The perception is changing. The best college football players, did they play in the Big Ten?
That's a great point. I mean, and we've kind of saw those tides shifting back in February when Indiana became the third straight Big Ten team to win a national title and to do it convincingly. Ohio State did it last year, Michigan the year before that, and Indiana this year. It is not only are they dominating on the field, they're very clearly dominating off the field with the number of picks that they go in the draft. It's weird. It's almost like we're setting the clock back to like 2005-ish, maybe early 2000s, back when, because all throughout the 90s, I think you could argue that the Big Ten was the premier conference in football. And then the SEC, as we know, took hold of that title and did not let it go with their kung fu grip, and literally did like now that the playing field is, I don't want to say it's like even the playing field, but let's be honest, it's even the playing field with NIL legally being able to pay players. There's so much parity in the game. And I think that's a great winner, Carrington. The Big Ten is, like they're here to stay really. And they're only getting stronger from what it seems like. One of my losers is, I hate to say it because I love the kid and I think he's going to, I think he's going to be a great pro. I'm scared. Or I feel that way a little less strongly than I did going into Thursday based off of the team that drafted him. But Jeremiah Love, I don't love the situation that he was drafted into with the Arizona Cardinals. I think, look, he's a generational talent at the running back position. He's a guy that I've been clamoring about on this show for the past the last 2 months really. But now seeing him go, I'm very, very weary that we're going to get another Ashton Genty situation, who was another amazing back who just could not find open holes. 3.6 yards per carry last year in an abysmal Raiders offense. Jeremiah Love's not going to a much better offense in Arizona, and so I fear that for him. I think I got to put Jeremiah Love, the player, on my losers list.
Yeah, I understand why you would put him on the list. I'm going to hold out a little bit of judgment with Arizona and see what the 2-year plan is. I look at Arizona as trying to get as much skill position players as they can, and then fast forward to next year, we'll get our quarterback, and then we'll feel like they put their quarterback in a winning situation. You've invested in one of the better tight ends in the National Football League. You got a running back. You invested in wide receiver with Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm going to wait to see what the plan is for Arizona before I kind of form an opinion, at least when it comes to them. I'm going to go with the loser, and it's certainly not his fault. I'm going to go with Jermod McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee. I mean, we were talking about him potentially being a round 1 kind of prospect. He didn't go until day 3. Now, it's primarily physical. The Raiders take a chance on him in the 4th round. But if you're just talking about a loser, I mean, we were talking about him being the 15th, 17th overall pick. I mean, he cost himself tens of millions of dollars over the course of this draft. So I just think financially you have to look at him as a loser. Hopefully the kid can stay healthy. Hopefully he can be productive. But the perception around his knee issue definitely cost him a lot of money.
Yeah, he didn't even end up being the top cornerback from his own team getting drafted, as Colton Hood was taken before him in the draft. We'll get into some more NFL draft a little bit later. But there's a big slate of NBA games going down tonight. And we got to get into it. Starting off with that wonderful 1 p.m., what used to be NBA TV matchup, now found, people will try to find it on NBC Sports Network between the Pistons and Magic. And then also Thunder Suns, Knicks, Hawks, Nuggets, Timberwolves, all coming up tonight. We're going to get into that a little bit later here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That sound comes courtesy of Prime. Our thanks to them for the use of that sound. Look, the Knicks find themselves in a weird spot, at least not a spot that they expected to be in. And to talk about that spot is our guy Christian Winfield, covers the New York Knicks on the New York Daily News. You can find him on Twitter at Christian Winfield. That's Christian with a K. Christian, just right off the bat, what are the vibes like for the Knicks themselves? And then, of course, Knicks fans worldwide, as I know, they are probably sweating right now, being down 2-1 to the Knicks, or to the Hawks.
Yeah, so right now, this is a Knicks team that's got its back against the wall. And I'm really curious and interested to see how they're going to respond to the situation right now. The Knicks were never expected to be down 2-1. I had them winning this series in 5 games. I figured they'd protect home court, lose game. I always had them losing game 3. Then I had them stealing game 4 and coming back and wrapping it up at the crib in 5. Obviously, that's not the case. And the reason that myself and, obviously as well, many Knicks fans who are also shocked by this, when you look at how Karl Anthony Towns has played against the Atlanta Hawks since he's gotten to New York, we're talking about a guy that's averaging 28 and 13. So you'd figure that, okay, well, this is a Hawks team that's down at center right now with no Jock Landale, and Cat has had the advantage against Onyeka Okongwu since he got here. You'd figure they're going to just spam Cat action until they win these games. That kind of hasn't been the case. And it's really just a situation now where you're looking at Mike Brown to make some adjustments. You're looking at Cat to be a little more, emphatic in demanding the ball. You're looking at his teammates to get him the ball and make concerted efforts to do that. But you're also looking at a Knicks team that just doesn't look like the same team. Remember, you're talking about 8 of the 9 players who were on last year's Eastern Conference Finals roster that have come back to run it back this year. This is night and day, a completely different team when you're talking about late game execution. You're talking about Jalen Brunson, who was clutch player of the year last year, didn't even finish in the top 3 this year. You're talking about Karl Anthony Towns. It is not just against the Hawks. He's having a really one of the worst seasons of his career. Mikal Bridges as well. But at the same time, this is a team where when they've hit adversity, they found some ways to respond. So I'm interested to see what it looks like, whether they're able to bounce back, or if we're looking at like another stretch like the beginning of January where they lost 9 out of 11 games. Will this spiral continue? And the Hawks are a team that are built to test you, right? They're going to beat you up. They're going to play physical. And the Knicks have answers outside of that they need to find because they can't guard C.J. McCollum. C.J. McCollum is out here cooking everybody left and right. Jonathan Kuminga is looking like everything the Warriors said he wasn't. Jalen Johnson had 2 terrible games to begin the series, and now he's starting to find his way. And now you've got a Knicks team that's really trying to figure out what its identity is. It's a little late in the season for that. So it's a true inflection point for this team, and I'm just wondering how they're going to come out today, whether that's a starting lineup change or rotation change for Mike Brown. There's a lot of questions, and it's really late in the season to be trying to find answers.
Christian, when you look at the Knicks, are you more worried about them on offense or on defense in this series?
It has to be both ends for me. Offensively, everything starts with Jalen Brunson, and it's been a big theme throughout the season for him. Is he going to be able to balance the scoring versus playmaking responsibilities? He's a guy who's been, really a 27, 20, 26 point per game guy since he got here, since he's been given the keys. Now you're asking him, and we started to see a trend in the right direction. In March, he's averaged more assists in March than he had in any month over his career. Really from March on through the end of the regular season, through that little beginning of April stretch. And now in the playoffs, you're kind of starting to see, all right, well, is he going to continue to trust his teammates, or is he going to try to put the team on his back, right? But that's one area that's only one side of the coin. On the other side, Jalen's being asked to guard whoever, and the Hawks are out here seeking these cross matches, so they're trying to get Jalen on whoever's got the ball. And it's really about defensive connectivity. Are they going to cover for each other? You know that Jalen isn't the strongest defender, and you know that the Hawks are going to pick on him. How can you cover for that, right? And this isn't something that we've seen, implemented during the season quite like this, but it is something that we saw implemented in last year's playoff run, and it's an area that they struggled. So we're talking about offensive issues, we're talking defensive issues. I'd say they're 50-50 right now, because offensively you've got to get all your guys going, specifically Mikal Bridges, who had no points and 4 turnovers in Game 3. And then on defense, you got to find a way to cover for your guy, because if he's out there getting exposed, it's not a good look.
Christian Winfield, who covers the Knicks for the New York Daily News, is with us now at Christian Winfield on Twitter. That's Christian with a K. And Christian, last year, Tom Thibodeau was famously fired after one of the best Knicks seasons in the last quarter century. And, one of the biggest, what naysayers would say about Tom Thibodeau was he was too slow to change things up. Obviously, he went with the same starting lineup the entire season. Comparatively to Tom Thibodeau last year, which was a great Knicks season that ended painfully in Game 7 to the Pacers. How do you feel like Mike Brown has done from a coaching stance?
It's tough, right? Because Tibbs had some time.
We got a connection issue, I think, right now with Christian Winfield. That was talk about a cliffhanger. There we go.
Some sort of a learning curve going on here with Mike Brown with this new team. But I think, here, so one thing that you mentioned, right, so there's unwillingness to change. One thing he did do in the playoffs with the season on the line was he changed that starting lineup and put Mitchell Robinson in right next to Karl Anthony Towns, and that gave the Knicks their best shot at beating the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. Mike Brown so far has been really hesitant to play the two bigs together, and I consider that to be, the Knicks' best lineup at times, because when you think about the Minnesota Timberwolves, while Karl Anthony Towns was there, what did they do? They played him and Rudy Gobert together, and that really helped shore their defense. We haven't seen that much of that in the playoffs or in the regular season, and the advanced numbers say it hasn't been good in those minutes as well, but that's your superpower, I always felt like. So I think it's interesting. I think some of the accountability that Mike Brown has been trying to preach so far. I think just also his offensive and defensive philosophy. Sometimes these things take time to implement, but when you come to a team and you've got a championship or at least an NBA Finals or bust mandate, you got to be working through a lot of these kinks during the regular season and figuring some of these things out. And as I mentioned earlier, I just think it's really late in the season to be searching for lineup combinations and for answers. So he's in a tough spot right now as well. I do know that from when you talk to players, they say, hey, look, the coaching staff has us as prepared as we can be. It's on us to execute the game plan. And when you hear that from multiple players, you start to think, okay, well, how much of this can really be on Mike Brown and the coaches if the players are saying, hey, if we don't go out there and execute, we can't look to the coaches for help. And this isn't the first time that we've heard this. We heard this when the Knicks were struggling in January as well. So it's tough for the players adjusting to a new head coach. It's tough for a new head coach adjusting to new players. But also, when you fire a head coach who just made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, I mean, this is kind of what you're opening the door for, right? Especially if you don't have a backup plan immediately locked in. Mike Brown was not the first candidate, at least the first choice for this job. And to fire Tom Thibodeau and not kind of get your main guy, you end up in a situation like you are right now.
Right now, we're talking to Christian Winfield, who covers the Knicks for the New York Daily News. Christian, you mentioned the rotation and a possible X factor. Do you think Mikal Bridges can turn it around in this series?
I think he'll have to. If I'm being quite frank, listen, I don't expect Mikal to be a 25-point per game guy. But after you get benched in the second half of a game, really, and you've got a coach who really doesn't trust you to be out there in the fourth quarter, particularly when Bridges really made his money last year in the playoffs in the fourth quarter, defending Cade Cunningham, defending Jaylen Brown in the playoffs on those series-swinging possessions, Mikal's got to step up. And I think he knows that. I'm pretty sure he does. He had the locker room was just in shambles after Game 3. I think he knows that, And we're also talking about a potential starting lineup change. And something interesting, I asked Mike Brown about, why not play the Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns lineup together. And he said, hypothetically, if we go matchups, this is kind of what the matchups would look like if Mitch was in the starting lineup. And when he went through those matchups, Mikal was on the bench. And last year when Tibbs made that change, it was Josh Hart that went to the bench. So I'm interested to see if there is a starting lineup change, whether it's Deuce coming in for Josh or Deuce coming in for Mikal, or if Mike Brown sticks with Mikal. I'd like to see him stick with Mikal because we just know how much he means to the team on both sides of the floor. But if he can't be productive on the offensive end, if he's the turnovers are really the most inexplicable part. It's okay if you miss your first 3 shots, that's fine. But if you're giving away the ball in a playoff game, that's not going to work. So I'd like to think that he's someone that can bounce back from this and be able to show us the Mikal Bridges that the Knicks traded 5 draft picks for. Really, the Mikal Bridges that showed up in the playoffs last year. But he's going to have to earn that by making some shots and not giving the ball away.
Christian, this series is far from over. I mean, they're only down 2-1 to the Hawks. But let's say that the sky is falling, like most Knicks fans are probably claiming. And let's say they get bounced in this first round by the 6th-seeded Hawks. Are there any major changes coming the way in the offseason for the Knicks based off of this year's result?
Absolutely. When you have a owner like James Dolan who's never available for media appearances, and in January goes on WFAN and says, hey, we absolutely have to make the finals and then we should win it. To lose in the first round, you then have to reevaluate everything. That's coaching, that's players, that's the front office that constructed this team, right? So I think everything's on the table if the Knicks are able, or if the Knicks aren't able to get out of the first round. Hell, everything's on the table if they get bumped in the second round or in the conference finals, because the bar was set so high after everything they achieved last year. So I think that's also factoring into the pressure and the tense nature of all these games. And then on top of that, you got an Atlanta Hawks team that's going to just come out and punch you in the mouth every game. So, to answer your question, if the Knicks do get bumped, and you're saying the series is far from over, listen, if the Knicks fall down 3-1 tonight in Atlanta, only 4% of teams have ever come back from down 3-1 to win a series. And if you're telling me that these Knicks are going to be the ones that defy the odds, they're going to have to show it to me. So this is a must-win, make-or-break game, because the Knicks do not want to go down 3-1. Even if you go back to Madison Square Garden, you still got to come back to Atlanta and win another one. So, yeah.
Well, the good news for you, Christian, is win or lose, I can guarantee you the clicks will be coming your way. New York Daily News as he covers the Knicks. At Christian Winfield on Twitter. That's Christian with a K. Christian, thanks so much for the time to join us today. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you for having me, man. Anytime.
It
Austin,
will be one to watch tonight at 6
Austin,
p.m. Eastern.
I don't know if you heard it or not. I didn't hear a whole lot of confidence. Did you hear a whole lot of confidence from Christian? And I'm not saying Christian's a beat writer, but you've talked to beat writers before where there's a sense of, oh, they've got this under control. Right. I heard the tone of somebody, he is watching a team that is still trying to figure it out. And if you're trying to figure it out in late April, you're done. You're done. That's how he was describing them. He was describing a team that they are playing for their playoff lives coming up later today. Let's see how they respond.
Yeah, tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. That game will be in Atlanta as the Hawks won Game 3 in Atlanta, 109-108. Definitely will be a must-watch for us. Now, coming up next, I don't even know what to expect. My guy, Carrington Harrison, who you just heard from, C.Harrison on Twitter, has got something. He's got a NFL-related bit for us, correct?
Yeah, I do. I'm excited to do this. I'm excited to go through this exercise coming up.
Okay, that'll be coming up next. He is Carrington Harrison. I am Austin Huff, at Austin Huff on Twitter. He is C.Harrison on Twitter. Give us a follow and stay tuned because that's what's coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
I think it's hard-headed opinions, not to correct the big voice guy there. But this is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, filling in today and doing a fantastic job. And I will say this, I heard many great things about this guy before getting a chance to work with him for the first time today. My co-host for the day, filling in for Alex Gold, is his KC colleague, Carrington Harrison, C. Harrison on Twitter. Carrington, I've really enjoyed we're coming up on 4 hours. We got a fifth hour left to go, but I've really enjoyed it so far. I think we have something special going here.
I'm happy to be here, man. We're having a lot of fun today on BetMGM Game Day. Speaking of bets, I had a lackluster time betting on the NFL draft. I got the number one overall pick correct. I did not get 2 through 5 correct. I missed every single pick 2 through 5. I had a bet on top 3, obviously didn't win. I had a bet on top 5, obviously didn't win. I had individual bets on 2, 3, 4, and 5, missed on all of those bets. It was a rough Thursday for me.
Carrington, is it a live betting situation, or do you have to submit all your bets ahead of time before the draft kicks off?
I did it before. I don't know. We had a station watch party, and I didn't want to I'm constantly looking to see the lines. I was like, you know what? I've been following these mock drafts for long enough. I think I know. And I realized once Arvell Reese didn't go number 2 overall, I realized I was in a world of trouble. I realized right then and there I was in a world of trouble. I really did.
I'm not a big bettor to begin with, but I do have one hard rule. I will never bet on 2 things. One of which is Major League Baseball, just because I just think you can never. Anytime a curveball is involved, no, do not bet on it. But then also the NFL draft, just because the dominoes, like it is literally the butterfly effect of sporting events. If one thing happens here, it could change the next 30 picks. Like it is so wild. And we kind of saw that this week, especially in round 1 with things just like kind of going, hey, after Fernando Mendoza and his Looney Tunes ringtone went off, it was like no holds bar from then on out.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of one of those things that I'm sitting there for 3 hours. I'm watching it anyway, so I might as well sprinkle in a little action to make it fun. Now, I don't want to make it seem like I didn't win anything. I did hit at plus 700 on Ty Simpson to be drafted by the Rams. I bet Ty Simpson, his over-under was 29.5. I thought he was going to go before then. So, I mean, all in all, I maybe was down just a little bit because of the bets that I hit, but the top 5, I didn't really get anything right, which, Austin, it leads me to this. You and I were talking about mock drafts. You know what I did? I went back and I looked at people's way too early mock draft because tomorrow we are going to see ESPN. Everybody that does mock drafts is going to have their 2027. Here's the way too early mock draft. Are you ready for this?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Oh, wait. Is this last year's way too early mock draft?
This is last year. This is from Pro Football Focus. This is on April 29th of 2025. So about a year ago, this is April 29th, 2025. Pro Football Focus had the number 1 overall pick as Caden Proctor. They had the number 2 overall pick was Arch Manning. The number 3 overall pick was Caleb Downs. Number 4 was Cade Klubnik from Clemson. Number 5 was Garrett Nussmeier. The point in all of this, and I'll get to Mel Kiper. That's just one person's mock draft. They had Cade Klubnik as a top 5 pick. They had Garrett Nussmeier as a top 5 pick. We take these mock drafts and we treat them like they're gospel. We treat them like this is the framework that we are supposed to be looking at. Do you know the purpose of mock drafts? It's to get you to click on it. That's the purpose of mock drafts. It serves literally no other purpose other than you should click on this and read it. That's it. So don't take anything from it. It's not good value. It's not bad value. A player did not fall in the draft because of this. A player did not rise up. Mansour Delane, for example, He was not a first-round pick last year, according to Pro Football Focus. He just went 6th overall in this year's draft. The only draft that matters is the one that happens, not the hypothetical one that Mel Kiper is going to release 17 times. That mock draft, it does not exist for any other reason other than getting you to click on it. Austin, let's go through Mel Kiper's. Mel Kiper last year, this was a year ago. This was on April 30th of 2025. He had Cade Klubnik as the number 1 overall pick. He had Francis Mauigoa going number 2 overall. He had T.J. Parker going 3rd overall. He had Peter Woods going 6th overall, who went 29th overall this year. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Why are we wasting our time with these mock drafts? They're nonsense is what they are.
No, you know what? I actually love this exercise because we're doing something that we never do in sports media, and that is holding ourselves accountable, because we will throw out these wild takes or these predictions, but nobody keeps the receipts. Everyone throws them away. And like, nobody even has like, digital receipts anymore. Like, it's everyone just chucks it away, which makes the outlandish claims and the bold remarks even louder, because they know I'm not going to be held to my word. I'm not going to be, there's no judge or jury out there to keep me accountable to what I claim. And like, what's funny is like, we go through that entire, both of those way too early mock drafts from last year. I was dead set on last year this time, Drew Aller going to be the number 1 overall pick. Think about it, where we were last year. He was coming off of a Final Four, very close to making it to a national title game, losing to Notre Dame close in last year's college football playoff. Now, granted, no one predicted the season that Penn State was going to have this year and the fall off that he was going to have. And now I don't even know, has he even been drafted yet? I don't think he has thus far. And that was a guy that I thought was going to be number 1 overall. But you can never, think about Fernando Mendoza and the year that he had last year. If you went into last year, unless you were a huge Cal Bears fan, if you heard the name Fernando Mendoza, you probably thought he was a character from the Pixar movie Encanto. Like, I don't think you're thinking, oh, yeah, he's going to win the Heisman Trophy and then ultimately become the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And really only one of 2 quarterbacks that went in the first round. Like, it's so unpredictable. Like, the idea of even trying to predict it, it's like trying to get a perfect bracket in March Madness. It's just not going to happen. But I love the fact that we are keeping accountability to these bold claims.
Austin, I want to go through one more. We all love and respect Mel Kiper, right?
Bring
He's
it.
the godfather of the NFL draft. You want to go through Mel Kiper's mock 1.0? This is his mock 1.0. This was on February 24th. So you read this, you're like, ooh, what did Mel Kiper had to say? Number 1 overall pick, we all know. Number 2 overall pick, Caleb Downs. Was wrong. Arizona, number 3 overall pick, David Bailey. Close. Wrong. Number 4, Tennessee, Arvell Reese. Wrong. Giants, number 5, Spencer Fano. Wrong. Cleveland, number 6, Carnell Tate. Now, he did get number 7 right. Got to give him credit for that. Sonny Styles,
there you
Washington
go.
Commanders. He got one right. Number 8, Mekhi Lemon. Wrong. Number 9, Jeremiah Love. He went 3rd overall. Kansas City also went out for agency and got Kenneth Walker. Cincinnati Bengals. In your mock 1.0, you had the Bengals taking the 10th overall pick. Later, they traded the 10th overall pick to the Giants, who then didn't draft Reuben Bain. All I'm saying is just take it for what it is. It is nice internet fodder, but we take these mock drafts and we hold them like they are set in stone. No, they are just NFL power rankings is what they are. They're power rankings. Just look at them like that. Just look at them as fun, interesting things to read. Please do not take it anything more than this. People get so mad based on value, and I had this player ranked here, but he actually went here. There's only one draft that matters. It's the NFL draft. That's the only one that matters.
Whoop, whoop. That's us. That is us keeping you accountable in the sports media. So don't think that you can get by with these way too early mock drafts and not be held accountable a year later. In fact, a year from now, Carrington, I hope you're not busy because you're coming back and you're going to do this again next year for the way too early mock drafts are going to come out tomorrow. And I want to let you know that this accountability that you are hearing is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, which protects small business with affordable coverage options. Get your quote today at progressivecommercial.com. I say that as a guy who is wrong on almost all of my predictions. So like, I understand that me holding others' feet to the fire, that my feet are going to be just consumed with flames based off of the wrong predictions I have. In fact, we have a joke on this show, Carrington, that whatever I bet, if I give you any betting advice whatsoever, that you should fade me if you want to win money.
That's everybody. That's not unique to you. That's everybody.
Okay. All right. That does make me feel a little bit better because I is painfully bad. And it's not even just in sports. Like, famously, we were talking about the Hills earlier and me locking eyes with Lauren Conrad at the Kentucky Derby. I once was watching an episode of the Hills way back when MTV was worth watching and it wasn't just a 24-hour network for playing ridiculousness. I was on the Hills was this fresh new artist. And I was like, this is just MTV trying to pump new artists with me. I mean, look at this person's name. It's ridiculous. They're never going to make it big. That person was, of course, Lady Gaga. So never take what I have to say for what it's worth. He is Carrington Harrison.
What a punchline
I am
to the story.
We are here on BetMGM Game Day. Let's get into some more football talk coming up next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
kickoff to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You heard the man. This is BetMGM Game Day. My name's Austin Huff. You can hit me up on Twitter, Instagram, and the like at Austin Huff. Joined by my guy filling in for our regular Alex Gold is his KC colleague, Mr. Carrington Harrison. You can find him on socials, c.harrison. And before we get to some more NFL talk, specifically about the top overall pick, I do want to tell you that if you're looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season, well, Boosted Odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token to get things started this weekend and all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. And I've been cashing out today with just the greatness that Carrington Harrison has brought to us today. And Carrington, last year I think we had a number one pick in Cam Ward, who was the least talked about number one overall pick, possibly of all time. Like, there was no love, no really hoopla with him. If we take you back to last year, you remember Shedeur Sanders was all the hype, and him falling to the fifth round was, comical to some, but it provided a lot of content for what we do. But this year with Fernando Mendoza, I feel like we've got a very close second place to Cam Ward as the least talked about number one overall pick with Fernando Mendoza. And I think it's for a few reasons. One, there was no real drama with this year's draft and who was going to go number one. We've kind of known that Fernando was going to the Raiders back in October, really, when Fernando was shooting up draft boards and the Raiders were falling down in the standings. Do you agree with that sentiment that there hasn't been a ton of buzz around Fernando Mendoza? And is there anything we should expect from Fernando Mendoza, especially now that Kirk Cousins is in Vegas?
I agree with you that there was very little intrigue about the number one overall pick. I mean, we've known who the number one overall pick is going to be. I would say since he raised the Heisman Trophy, there was really no question on who that was going to be. The question was who was going to get the number one overall pick. Then we got our answer. I also think he's not an exciting prospect. He's not Caleb Williams. He's not Trevor Lawrence. He's not one of those big, physical, super athletic, wow you kind of players. Like, if we went around the room and I said, hey, give me the player comparison, who do you think Fernando Mendoza turns out to be? Nobody thinks he turns out to be Josh Allen. Nobody thinks he turns out to be Patrick Mahomes. He looks like he could be Minnesota Kirk Cousins. How exciting are you going to be about getting Minnesota Kirk Cousins? Now, I'm not saying that he can't be a good player in the league, but I don't think that a lot of people feel like Mendoza has a very high ceiling. I would be surprised if in 3 years we're talking about Mendoza being a top 5 quarterback in the league. I just don't think he has those kind of traits. Could he be a good quarterback? Sure. But I would be very surprised if we looked at him as a superstar quarterback. So I think that's a major reason why. Let's just go back a couple of years ago. So was it 2023, 2024? I'm trying to remember my years correctly. I mean, Caleb Williams would have went ahead of him. Jaden Daniels would have went ahead of Fernando Mendoza. Drake May would have went ahead of him. So we're talking about just 2 years ago, he'd have been the 4th quarterback prospect in the draft class. I feel like that's why people have discussed this pick the way that they have.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of edge to just him as a person, and that's not a knock at all. Obviously, he's a good kid. He's probably everything that every NFL team ever would want in their franchise quarterback. Like, he says all the right things, almost to a fault, where it sounds like every time he takes a microphone, he's giving you a TED talk, like he's a youth pastor giving a sermon. Like, he's just so pristine and so clean. And for what we do, that really sucks because there's not a whole lot there to talk about. And I think that's why he's kind of fallen into this position of one of the least talked about first round for number one overall draft picks of all time. But I do think, like, I have heard the comps to Kirk Cousins, and I actually, like, first of all, I agree with them, but I also, like, I think people hear that and they think that that's like a knock, or like, yeah, oh, he's just a Kirk Cousins. I mean, Kirk Cousins had some pretty great years. Granted, none of them resulted in a ring, but he's had some really great years. And, you know, in terms of just money alone, he's the third highest paid player, in all-time earnings as a quarterback. Like, I just feel like Kirk Cousins, and earlier this week, Mendoza was on with Dan Patrick show, and he said that, like, when he was told, like, okay, you're comped to, Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza went and watched, which this sounds like the most Fernando Mendoza thing ever, but he went and watched every single snap that Kirk Cousins had taken the previous year, or I guess his final year when he was with Minnesota. Yeah, and he watched every single throw, the misses, the hits, like everything, every snap that he took, he watched, and to try and, like, kind of study his game to see maybe if he could replicate some of what Kirk Cousins does well. And now he gets to learn under him, like, firsthand. And I don't think that's a terrible situation for him to be in, because I don't think as negatively about Kirk Cousins as I think most people do.
Yeah, I think there's tiers to quarterbacks in the National Football League. I think we get kind of caught up sometimes on the term franchise quarterback. So, like, tier one, for example, I'm talking of superstar quarterback. That's what Patrick Mahomes is. That's what Josh Allen is. That's what Lamar Jackson is. That's what Joe Burrow is. They are superstar quarterbacks, in my opinion. Then there's the second tier. Good quarterbacks that if you put them in the right situation, you can still win with them. We have seen that's what Sam Darnold is. I don't think anybody considers Sam Darnold to be a top 5 quarterback in the league, but look at what he's done the last couple of years. Now, it's guys who just need more infrastructure around them. You could win with Sam Darnold, but you needed a 1,000-yard rusher in Kenneth Walker. You needed the best wide receiver in the National Football League. You gave him one of the 3 best defenses in the National Football League. If you're talking about putting your quarterback with that level of infrastructure, then you can go out there and win. So that's why I'm looking at this Raiders situation. Now, it's going to take some time to build it up, but you spent the top 5 pick on a running back. You've got a very good young tight end in Brock Bowers. You have some draft pick capital. You have some things that you can go out there to do. Can you continue to build that infrastructure out there? But just from watching Mendoza, he doesn't have enough elite traits, in my opinion. Like, if I'm asking you, hey, what's his best skill? Is he Lamar, where he's the most elusive? Is he Mahomes, where he's just, his escapability, his creativity is so high? No, I think that he can be a good quarterback. Like, I'll ask you this question, Austin. Let's say I set the floor at Bo Nix. Do you think that Fernando Mendoza will be a better or a worse quarterback than Bo Nix?
Oh, that's a great question. Bo Nix, that's a good bar Nix. I think his ceiling could be a little bit higher than Bo Nix. And that's not a knock at Bo Nix. Bo Nix has been great. I'm not saying that, I don't want to take down Bo Nix at all. I just think that Fernando Mendoza can be, if surrounded by the weapons he has, or surrounded by good weapons there on that Raiders offense. Now, will it be this year? Will it be next? No, I don't think it will be for a while. But I think in a couple of years, I think if they give it some time, which is, I know, a big ask for the NFL, because that never tends to be the case. Everyone's so quick to move on and to move out. If you just have just a little bit of patience, then I think you could eventually have something great with Fernando Mendoza. And I think he could potentially surpass Bo Nix and maybe get the Raiders into a deep playoff run. There's a lot of ifs there, though. There's a lot of variables.
I got 2 more quarterbacks, but let's continue on this train of thought. I'll ask you that same question about Brock Purdy. Do you think Fernando Mendoza will be better or worse than Brock Purdy?
I think worse. I think he'll be similar play style, but I think very highly of Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy does a lot of things that a lot of other quarterbacks, if put on those San Francisco 49ers teams, would not complete the same throws, like would not have the same level of success as Brock Purdy. So I think, he's over Bo Nix, under Brock Purdy right now.
We'll do the same thing with Dak Prescott. Will he be better or worse than Dak Prescott?
Oh, these are good, Carrington. Jeez.
Because I'm asking this is because these are quarterbacks that no one would deem they are superstars. Like Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. He's not a superstar quarterback. So that's what I'm saying. If you were telling me that the Raiders just drafted Brock Purdy with the number 1 overall pick, that is not a bad floor to give themselves. That's consistent quarterback play. But Brock Purdy has Trent Williams. Brock Purdy had Deebo Samuel. Brock Purdy had Brandon Ayuk. He had Christian McCaffrey. We can go through the names on the defense. He had Kyle Shanahan. Are the Raiders committed to putting that level of infrastructure around this quarterback? If they can keep building up their parts and pieces, then they got a chance. I mean, I remember back in the day, people did not think that high about Jared Goff. You know what happened? They gave him Todd Gurley. They gave him they gave him Cooper Kupp. They gave him all of these guys. And you know what? You could win with that guy. Then look at what they've done in Detroit. You gave him Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams and those guys. And you can win games with Jared Goff as your starting quarterback. So that's what the conversation is with the Raiders. You got the quarterback with a good floor and a good foundation. Can you add on to the rest of the house?
Well, and I think one thing that Fernando Mendoza has playing to his hand is the Kyle Shanahan effect. He's got Clint Kubiak as his head coach, what I think is a huge missing piece for the Raiders and what they've been looking for over the last, decade plus. I think that Clint Kubiak has the potential to be in that Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan tier of coaches. Will he be? I don't know, but Fernando Mendoza pairing up with Clint Kubiak for that, I think is a big benefactor for Fernando, and I think that could elevate him too. Now, to answer your question, I think Dak Prescott he will not reach the Dak Prescott ceiling because that's like 2 of the 3 names that you threw out there. They're not. You're right. Like they're not necessarily the superstar, god tier quarterbacks that we've got in the NFL, but they're all very good quarterbacks, especially throughout the regular season. And, people like to say, well, it doesn't matter if you can't replicate in the postseason. No, the regular season does matter because you have to get to the postseason. There's a lot of teams with quarterbacks that wish they had quarterbacks that would produce in the regular season that don't. So the regular season does still matter. Yes. Does the postseason matter? Yes, of course. But the postseason essentially can be a crapshoot. So you have to get to the dance before you can continue dancing. But yeah, I don't know. I like that exercise because I do think you're right, though, in that tier of quarterbacks, Fernando Mendoza kind of fits right in there. And I would be shocked if he elevates any of those 3, let alone all 3.
Yeah, and I guess the last example would be Caleb Williams. I felt like people were unnecessarily harsh on Caleb after his first year. And then shockingly in his second year, when his team got more effective at running the football, when you drafted Luther Burton, when you got Colston Loveland, who had a very, very productive rookie season, shockingly enough, and you went from Matt Eberflus to Ben Johnson, who I think can be in that Todd McShay, I think could be in that Kyle Shanahan vein. Shockingly enough, when you gave your number 1 pick more resources and more assets, shockingly, that guy went on to show you exactly why you spent the number 1 overall pick and why he could take that step. That's why when you and I were discussing it earlier about the Tennessee Titans, man, going to get Carnell Tate is a great thing. You got a defensive-minded head coach in Robert Saleh. You got a legit number 1 wide receiver now at Carnell Tate. Just adding those things gives you all the resources that you need to evaluate if you got something special with Cam Ward. You got to go out and put the work in. You got to go out and have the production, but you at least give your quarterback a fighting chance. The Jets didn't give Sam Darnold a chance to have success in New York with the pieces he was with. When you finally gave him those pieces, you saw why he was a top 10 pick in the draft.
Yeah, no, you made a great point with with the Titans is because, right. Like, it's like, yeah, maybe you think that they went too high for Carnell Tate, but like, that's exactly what the Titans need. Titans averaged 15 points per game last year. They missed out on Jeremiah Love, but they still have a very strong backfield. And Tony Pollard, who had over 1,000 yards last year, and Tajay Spears, who's a great spell back for Tony. And then, they go out and get Wan'Dale Robinson in free agency. And you've got Calvin Ridley, which most people forget about, which mainly because, he'll probably be injured about halfway into the season, which then makes Carnell Tate your number one option in Tennessee. So there's a very strong chance like that pick alone, like that's what they needed and what they had. And going back to your point about basically essentially like what we were talking about, like with, coaching matters with Caleb Williams, you go from Matt Eberflus to a Ben Johnson. You saw right there how much that elevated Caleb Williams' game on so many levels. That's the difference that a great offensive-minded head coach, and I'll throw Ben Johnson in there with the Clint Kubiaks and with the Kyle Shanahan's, Sean McVay's, Clint Kubiak we have to wait and see for. But Andy Reid, your guy in Kansas City, another one where it's like, I have enough confidence in what the coach can do for the player more than what the player can do for the coach. And that's just another example of that. And I'm very curious to see if Clint Kubiak can also do that with Fernando Mendoza, as we've seen with those other names that I mentioned.
It is a football team. This is not tennis. This is not golf. You need great teammates to have a great team. How do you accomplish great things in the National Football League without having great surrounding parts and great surrounding pieces? Joe Montana was not throwing the ball to himself. He was throwing the ball to Jerry Rice. He was handing the ball off to Roger Craig. Troy Aikman, Hall of Famer. He was turning around and handing it off to one of the 5 greatest running backs in league history. Oh, yeah, they had Michael Irvin. Oh, yeah, they had one of the best offensive lines that we've ever seen. They had Jay Novacek. Sometimes I just think we get so caught up on quarterback. In order to have a great quarterback, you need great teammates.
No, it's a great point. And look no further than the backfield that will be behind Fernando Mendoza. Last year, Ashton Genty goes 6 overall to the Raiders, and we're like, man, I love that pick. That, Ashton Genty's such a bruising runner. He averaged 3.6 yards per carry in his rookie season. What Ashton Genty is the best at is yards after contact. And he did not get a whole lot, mainly because that offensive line was so abysmal. So you're right. It's a great point. It's a great, hey, I got to check you. It's about the team. And we'll see if, the Raiders can fix that offensive line to not kill Kirk Cousins and then in turn not kill Fernando Mendoza. But it does take so much more than that. I do want to remind you that this segment has been brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance, who protects small business with affordable coverage options. Get your quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Carrington, we've made it almost 4.5 hours into today's BetMGM game day. We're still holding on strong, but we have yet to talk about one of my absolute favorite things in this world, and that is baseball. You down to talk to some baseball coming up next?
Let's do it!
As he taps his helmet, if you're watching on the YouTube and Twitch stream, he's
do
giving
it!
the ABS challenge. We're going to get into some baseball coming up next. A few teams that are spiraling down, and one team in the Central on the rise, had a big win last night in Los Angeles. We're going to get to it all coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Fun lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Let's get to America's pastime. I'm still calling it that, even though I think technically football is America's pastime. Now, like by definition, I'm still calling it America's pastime because to me, it is still one of the best sports that we have got in this country.
Austin,
this is BetMGM. Yeah, go right ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off here. I'm throwing an ABS challenge on this. I'm throwing one on this. Hold on. Before we move forward,
go ahead.
Let me give you my theory on why basketball is America's pastime.
Oh,
there is a basketball gym at every school in America. Every school in America. Think about it. Every park, every school in America has a basketball court. It is the center of your education is a gym. Everybody loves basketball. Everybody has shot a basketball at some point in their lives. I really think basketball is America's pastime.
That is a great take. Just it's hard to rebut against because of. Just think about it. Wrong.
I don't care. I don't care if it's elementary. Nobody has gone to a school that doesn't have a basketball gym. All of us, I'm going to say all of us, a lot of people go to a school that doesn't have a baseball team or doesn't have baseball facilities. Everybody's school has a basketball team. Everybody.
Yeah.
That's my argument for why basketball is America's pastime.
But almost every school has a field and probably fencing of some sort. And that's really all you need for a baseball field, right? It may not be an actual dirt on ground setup, but I don't know. I'm trying to rebut this, but I can't.
That's my argument. That's just my argument for why I think basketball is America's pastime. But you can be honest, Austin, when you were 8 years old, you liked kickball more than you liked baseball. Just one day they told you can't play kickball anymore. But they did let you keep playing basketball.
He is Carrington Harrison, C.Harrison on Twitter. Give him a follow. He is filling in for Alex Gold, who is coming back from the draft in Pittsburgh as we speak, but he works at the same station as Alex. I am Austin Huff, at Austin Huff on Twitter. Before we get into baseball, I do want to point out, probably because most of you are still looking for the channel that it is on, but the Orlando Magic, Grant, get the music ready, are currently beating the Detroit Pistons by 10 with 5.5 minutes left to go. That game, of course, is on NBC Sports Network. And so with the Magic leading on the verge of maybe getting a 2-1 series lead in this as the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference, I think it's only fitting that we hit with the Magic theme. Oh, yeah. Come on. Yeah. Oh, come on. It's the slow build-up for me, It's like
this is an incredible song.
Right? I don't know how
you gotta let the whole thing play. See, this is the thing. No, hold on, go back. You gotta hear the verse. You haven't heard the verse. There's a verse to it too. There's more than just Orlando Magic. Listen to it.
Wow!
That is an
wow! That
I'm telling you. That makes me want to cheer for the Magic.
Pain.
It does.
That heals all pain from Nick Anderson's missed free throws from back in the 90s. That right? Just listening to that. I don't know how you can listen to that and not become a Magic fan. Honestly.
That's
the team from
Orlando.
About. And who doesn't love Orlando? About. Walt Disney World, Universal Studios, everything is in Orlando. So who doesn't love, if you're a fan of strip malls and or rainforest cafes, then you should love the Orlando Magic.
I want to tell you this. We're getting to know each other. I'm a 90s kid through and through. And one of my favorite things in life was 90s Nickelodeon. And you know how some kids, their goal was to go to Disneyland, Disney World. Never really wanted to go. I wanted to go to Universal Studios to see Nickelodeon when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I wanted to be on Legends of the Hidden Temple. I wanted to be on Do You Have It? Guts. Seeing the Universal Studios is one of the most exciting things I've ever done in my life. I mean, I'm telling you right now, I've done some cool things in life, but going to see Universal Studios and seeing Orlando and getting slimed in real life, one of the most exciting points of my life. I'm telling you, incredible. Let's talk baseball, though. I had to share that story with you.
No. I'm glad you did. People want to talk about the pageantry of the Olympics. Nobody can talk pageantry unless you've watched an episode of Global Guts, where countries came together to climb the aggro crag, and you had Michael Malley up there hosting and sending it down let's send it down to Mo for the rules, Mo, and then Mo would come on with his sweet British accent. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll tell you what.
Oh my goodness.
One quick question for you, Carrington. Now that, we are learning, look, this is the first time Carrington and I have ever worked together. We're getting to know each other through the 5 hours that we have been on the air today. Carrington, as a Nickelodeon guy, I always wanted to go to Nickelodeon Studios and experience one of those shows, but I never really, hand raised, I never wanted to be slimed. So many people wanted to be slimed. That just looked icky. They looked like you would have to shower immediately afterwards, and the logistics of that while you're at Nickelodeon Studios, it would take you away from the actual fun of being there. I never wanted to be slimed. Did you have that desire in you?
I wanted the full Nickelodeon experience. I wanted to go to space camp. I wanted to win the BK Knights. I wanted the full experience. Well, my daughter now, when she's like, oh, let's watch Bluey. No, we're watching Doug. I'm not. You can watch that when you're with your mom. When you with me, we're watching Hey Arnold. We're watching Rugrats in this home. We're watching Cat Dog. We're watching Angry Beavers. Rocco's Modern Life Monsters. In this home. You know what? We got to pass these classics on to the youngins or they're going to forget. So I'm making it my mission. I can't tell anybody else how to parent their kid. But for me, we're watching the classics. We're watching Doug, or go read a book. I don't know what to tell you.
I've got 2 girls under the age of 4 right now, and I did try and put on an episode of Rugrats for them because I was like, "Oh, this will be something that they'll be glued to." I don't even know if we made it through the opening credits of the "pa pa 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 pa" before they were already like, "Dad, can we put on K-pop Demon Hunters, please? Is that possible?" He is Carrington Harrison, C. Harrison on Twitter. I'm Austin Huff at Austin Huff. Look. There's a lot to talk about in baseball, and I want to try and get to as much of it as we can. Let's start, namely, at the NL East. For a team that has the second highest payroll in baseball, the New York Mets, they have lost, I believe, 12 out of their last 14 games, if I'm not mistaken. I will say this. Look, everyone loves to clown on the New York Mets. But I am actually going to praise the New York Mets for getting out of the cellar of the NL East. And that's only because they have passed the losing baton on to the Philadelphia Phillies, who have lost 10 in a row. I don't get it. I feel like that division is turned upside down. Why you look at the Phillies roster, you look at the Mets roster, you look at their pitching. How are these teams doing so poorly? And it's like neither of them can buy a win. And it's only propping up teams like the Braves. Even the Marlins in that division are sitting at 500 in second place. But the Mets and Phillies are just, and look, I get it. It's early. There's still plenty of time to turn it around. The Phillies, for as bad as they've been, are still only 10 games under 500. But you never want to have these losing streaks in April. You can have them later on in the season, but in April, it's like, wait a minute. You start to believe, is this what our team is? I find a hard time thinking that the Mets and Phillies will end the season in 4th and 5th place in the NL East, but as of right now, it's hard to, it's got me wondering, is this what these teams are?
Can I actually I just want to put into context how long ago, like you say they had a 10-game losing streak. On April 14th is the day that Diana Rossini resigned. So just think about if you just lost every day after that. Just think about how long, we got to really put into context. You know how long ago it feels like this Diana Rossini thing was? She resigned on April 14th. It's now April 25th. You lost every day during this entire saga. Every day you just woke up, you just kept losing baseball games. That's hard to do.
So I guess the Phillies are right there with Mike Vrabel for having lost every single day since that Mancini news.
For sure.
But
For sure.
as bad as the bottom of the East has been, the NL Central might be the best division in baseball because you've got a team, we go from the 10-game losing streak that the Phillies are on to a 10-game winning streak in the Cubs. Now, all of the Cubs naysayers out there will say that, oh, well, they got most of those wins against the aforementioned Phillies and Mets as they bookended a series with the Mets with 2 series against the Phillies. And to that, I will say, okay, sure. Yeah, they're a big reason to blame as to why the Mets and Phillies are on this tailspin. But you'd still have to win those games. And the Cubs are winning those games. And the Cubs, for years, have been one of those teams that wouldn't win those games, that would flounder and falter, or their offense would hit lulls. And they started the year a little shaky, but 10 games in a row, that's hard to do no matter who you're playing. That's at least 3 series sweeps. And last night, they got a big one in the reigning back-to-back World Series champions, Los Angeles. A great come-from-behind win, holding the Dodgers and that insane offense to only 6 hits. So, the Cubs at the top of the Central, and they're right up there with the Reds, which has been another amazing team that we need to talk about. This division as a whole might be the strongest in baseball.
What team in the National League do you see as the biggest contender to the Dodgers? The Dodgers are by far the odds-on favorite, the hands-down favorite. If we're fast-forwarding a little bit, what team do you see as the biggest threat to them?
You know what's funny is up until last night, it was probably the Padres. But now I think I have to say the Padres and the Cubs. Because, the Cubs do have a very strong lineup. They're great defensively. They locked up the pillars of their team. They've got Bregman for a few years. They've got Nico Horner, who I think is the most slept on Major League Baseball player in the game today. The Cubs, I think, are now right there with me, or right there with the Padres as the teams that I think are going to push the Dodgers the furthest. What about for you? Is there another team out there that I'm missing? Maybe the Braves, and I know the Reds are right there tied with the Cubs, but I think the sustainability is what you have to look at here with this answer, because look, it's one thing to be in first place in April. It's another thing to keep that momentum going for 162 game sked.
I like the pick of the Cubs. The Cubs or the Padres, to me, feel like the 2 teams that if you're looking for somebody that could go against the Dodgers, make a lot of sense. The American League feels a lot more open to me. There's a lot more possibilities. Even we're talking about who's the biggest contender. It's going to take a real special effort, I think, to knock out this Dodgers team. This Dodgers team is loaded with no real apparent weakness.
Yeah, and I will say that Shohei Ohtani's on-base streak of 53 games in a row came to an end this week. So if we all can tip our caps and bow our heads, let's take a moment of silence for Shohei Ohtani's on-base streak. Okay, that's going to do it for that. This is BetMGM Game Day. He is Carrington Harrison, filling in graciously for Alex Gold, who you normally hear on Saturday afternoons here on Westwood One Sports. We're going to put a bow on this thing because you know why? Today has been a gift. And also, we may or may not have jinxed the Magic as they are now tied 104 apiece with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. We will hopefully give you an update there and wrap this thing up. Coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Going to be putting a bow on what has been a gift of a day today on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. I'm Austin Huff. You can catch me here every Saturday, both on our affiliates nationwide as well as on Sirius Channel 375 and as well as on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. Carrington Harrison has filled in for my normal co-host, Alex Gold, today. And Carrington, I might need your help here because currently the Orlando Magic are beating the Pistons 110 to 105 with about a minute and 7 seconds to go. If they win this game, they will take a 2-1 series lead on the Pistons. And I have said on this show that if the Magic get out of this first round, I am going to be the biggest Magic fan on the planet. And I'm going to go as far as potentially painting my face for this show on Saturdays. I've already begun the process of looking up Orlando Magic jerseys online. I will say this. I have not been in the jersey market for a while, and I did not realize just how much they have become. We're looking at, $125, $150, potentially up to $200 for a Magic jersey. How do I explain that to my wife, Carrington? Because she's going to wonder, first of all, why are you buying a jersey, let alone a Magic jersey?
This is what I would tell you. I would say, because I am actually into jerseys, this is what I would tell you. Baseball jerseys are it. You're a baseball guy. We just learned you love baseball.
Love baseball.
The nenext time I see a sale, I just got a nice Mitchell & Ness Craig Biggio for $40 right off the Fanatics website. I'm telling you, that's the way to go. People don't know this. You got to go throwback jerseys because you remember throwback jerseys used to be in. People don't wear them as much anymore. But I'm telling you, you can still find a deal or two. So I know I didn't answer your Magic question, but I'm saying you can get 3 baseball throwbacks for the price that you're getting for that one new Paulo Banchero uniform.
So your answer to how do I explain buying an Orlando Magic jersey for the bit that we are doing on this show is to buy just 3 baseball jerseys?
Yeah, but this is the point more than anything is what your wife can appreciate is you finding a sale. Because if there's one thing we know about women, it's they can always spot a good deal. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying is I'm going to help you find the good deals. Now, if I find a good Magic jersey, now it might be an old player. It might not be somebody currently on the team. It might be a guy who recently got traded away from the Magic, but I can get you one. Do you care if it's a current player or a guy that got released 2 years ago that they're giving the jerseys away?
I will say this, in the mid-90s, I was a massive Magic fan. It was Orlando Magic, Chicago Bulls were my top 2 teams in basketball. I loved Michael Jordan, obviously, what kid didn't in that era. But also, I loved Anthony Hardaway, Shaquille O'Neal, Nick Anderson, all of those guys on those 90s Magic teams. And I'm looking at the jerseys for them, and they're just up there. Penny Hardaway jerseys running $135. So I would be okay getting a Penny Hardaway jersey, but I don't know. It's so hard. And the Magic currently lead 113-105 with 34 seconds to go in game 3. I just feel like I'm heading in a bad route down this with me and my wife.
No, I'm with you. I do want to add this here before we get out of here. A couple of these teams that are losing 2-1, they're losing this series. The Nuggets, for example, they're down 2-1. The Pistons are about to be down 2-1. The Knicks are down 2-1. We all know sports. All 3 of these teams are not coming back and winning their series. No. That is not how this thing works. Not at all.
So you think if the Magic win today, which it's looking by all accounts up 8 with 34 seconds to go, it's signed, sealed, and delivered. The 8 seed is upsetting the 1 seed Detroit Pistons.
I think the Nuggets are going to win their series. I think the Pistons are going to win their series. I think the Knicks are losing their series. I love.
I love.
That's how I would do it.
I love this. Also, I love that Carrington, being the fill-in for Alex Gold this week, makes a bold claim. Like, if it's 2-1 in the series is over in favor of the team that's winning, because he knows that, unlike we did earlier this hour where we held accountability to people with their way too early odds predictions or their way too early mock picks, you're not going to be here. No, we can't do anything about it. Like,
don't matter.
In fact, Carrington, after I get this BetMGM read, if you've got any bold predictions that you want to leave us out the door with,
I'll go crazy here. I'll go.
Okay, all right.
I actually do have one. Do the read here, and you know what? I will give you a bet that I love for this season. Go ahead, and I'll give you a bet.
Well, I'm glad you brought up bets, because when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with Boosted Odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Carrington, we have about 3 minutes left in the show. What is your ridiculous bet prediction odds that you can just throw out there against the wall, and you know that no one will ever come hunting you down for it, or at least until the next time you fill in for Alex on this show?
Okay, are you ready? Well, did you know?
I hope so.
That over the last 7 years, a team that picked in the top 5 made the playoffs the next season. A team that picked they were a bottom 5 team in the league. A team then turned around and made the postseason. I'm taking the New York Giants. Right now, plus 270. New York Giants to make the playoffs, plus 270. I'm taking the New York Giants to make the playoffs next year at 3-1 odds. I love it. That's my bet right now I want to give you. Last 7 years, team that picked in the top 5 made the playoffs. Titans or Giants. I'll give you an AFC or NFC team, but I love the Giants to make the playoffs. Plus 270. Go ahead and lock it in.
See, as a guy who was, raised in Nashville, I obviously am just a massive Titans homer, and I was hoping you were going to go with them. But is it the John Harbaugh factor or the Jackson Dart factor more that makes everything. You go with the Giants?
I love their draft. I love their free agency. I love the stability that they're going to get at head coach. I love how uncertain that division is on a year-by-year basis. It wasn't until recently that no team had won that division in back-to-back years. We just lived in constant turnover in that division. I call it the 3-in, 3-out phase. Look at the AFC, 3 playoff teams from last year. You got to remove them. Do the exact same thing in the NFC. We know it's going to be 6 new playoff teams every year. So, yeah, go ahead and give me that right there. I'm taking the New York Giants plus 270 to make the postseason.
I wish it was the Titans, but it's neither here nor there. I thought we were really hitting it off, Carrington, with over the last 5 hours here on BetMGM Game Day. But it's cool. I will note,
this is the longest first date I've had in a long time. This is the long first date.
This has been a long first date, hasn't it?
It's been a long first date. Really... We didn't know each other. We never talked to each other before. Right. Now we're doing shows together 5 hours.
I'll be honest, we didn't even get any action out of it. That's the thing, too. It's like, if at least you're going to go this long, at least, give me some loving out of it. But no.
I'm going home alone. You're going home alone. That's how it is. We're going our separate ways.
We couldn't even interlock fingers like Rossini and Vrabel. Like, that's the problem about doing this show from different markets. But I will announce it is official, final. Giving themselves a 2-1 lead in the series. The 8th-seeded Orlando Magic have taken down the Detroit Pistons 113-105. Grant Leader, our board operator, hit the music. Oh, man. Yeah. Come on. I am in for a future fight with my wife after I press purchase on one of these Orlando Magic jerseys. That will be something to keep an eye on and give you reason to tune in to BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. This time next week, we're on from 11 Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern every Saturday right here on Westwood One. Carrington, dude, you've been awesome, man. I hope we can do this again sometime soon. Maybe we can get a second date in the books if you're available.
Well, hopefully we do. Hopefully we get to second base next time. This, you know what? You were a tease. That's what you were. You were a tease.
That's going to do it for us. That's Carrington Harrison. I'm Austin Huff. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.